Test it. 1, 2, 3. We live. There we go. Hold on. Let's get back to it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Make sure I got this right. I'm in love with the coco. Make sure I mute myself. All right. And now we got list up. There we go. How do I? What is that at the bottom? Trying to figure out what that was. Okay, there you go. All right, all right, all right. All right, welcome back to once again another night of talking with me. I love fucking talking about random ass shit. Okay, random ass shit. You can't. Ooh. Your stomach hurt, Gigi? What's wrong, baby? Anywho, I was thinking about some would you rather questions, perhaps to be entertaining. Let's see. Brr, brr, brr. I'm gonna just probably just go in a row. Some of these things. Look, we could have another real ass conversation. I don't fucking know. Mm. Ooh, thought provoking questions. That is for family. Ooh, I like that for family. Gigi, please, can you get over there and lay down? I greatly appreciate that. All right, all right, all right. Let me hit my homie up. Mr. Jacka in the building. Let me get him in here. See if he's trying to pull up real quick. Let me call Mr. Jacka. Mr. Jackal. Bum bum. Hey, what you got going on? Okay, cool. Okay, bet. I wanted to see if he was a little busy. I'm actually on YouTube right now. I'm just doing a little live. Wanted to see if you want to chat it up just a minute. Okay. I'm in my Discord right now. Yeah, hot seat challenge. Let's go. Bonnet T. Oh, Bonnet's here. Oh Lord. You got a nickname for you got a name for your bonnet now? I've never heard of I never heard of Bonnetia. Okay. Excuse me. Oh. Oh shoot. Oh no. Yeah, I'm trying to expand more on the YouTube world. Huh? What VC? Just join in anyone and I'll drag you in it. Uh just kicking it, talk to me, it doesn't matter. I'll drag you in.
You sexy
I was hoping. Did you start already?
Yeah, I'm already in. I was just about to hang up.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Well, I'll talk about it later.
all right. Here we go. Hey, yo, Demon Blade, what's good with you?
What's
Welcome,
going
welcome.
on?
Look, if you missed some real ass talk that we had yesterday on YouTube, please go back and check it out whenever you got the chance to. We're trying to
Oh, every
expand a little bit more on the YouTube world. So here I am. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Yep. So I had a bunch of questions, like some would you rather stuff.
Hmm.
Um I know yesterday we kind of dove into like a spiritual realm of questions and stuff like that. So I was like, you
Yes.
know what, let's try to do something a little bit more on the, I'll say, relationship end, I guess. And then I guess we can kind of like mix in some other stuff with it. But I guess to kick it off, I say this kind of have been on my mind. Cause this morning, I know it's so crazy because I just talking about spiritual stuff, but this morning I was doing some deep research, and oh my god, I hear some background noise.
Coming
Let
from
me turn it
mine
off.
or
No, it's on me.
okay.
Yeah, there we go. So I heard I was doing some research and stuff, and so somebody asked me this question. They said, "Do you ever miss dating men?" That's what somebody asked me.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I told them at the time, at right now, currently where I'm at, no, I don't. Um, say maybe earlier this year, probably still not. But like I said, I'm not somebody that's just like so anti males and shit like that. Like,
and,
there's
and
really
and
good
that's
men out here too, you know?
and that's where I was kind of thinking about. So, is it just or it's just the temperature of what it is right now at the moment?
Yeah.
So, of how it's feeling because I think for me, like you said, relationships. I think for me, like I'm okay with being single,
Same.
and it's not that I'm afraid with approaching a woman. That's never been a problem because you know and not to boast our own horn, and some of us out there can feel the same way. I think that we all have the charm, we have the charisma. Not saying we all have it, but we have a certain percentage of it that we can use.
Mhm.
But I think that when we can just use that to kind of heal or just, I think what I mean right now is like, I'm not in a place where I'm willing to seek for a relationship at this moment. I just wanted to move naturally instead of it for being forced.
I
If
feel you.
if you get what I mean, like
Oh, absolutely. I
a lot of it
completely
seems
understand.
and feels forced, especially what you know, like you see with the environment, the all these things. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. Demon Blaze said, I need to learn how to be okay with being single for real.
Hmm.
Here's my take on that too, real quick. Demon Blade, there was a point where I was I believe I was 20 years old. And I got out of a relationship with a male that I've been knowing since like middle school or whatever. Grew up together, little middle school, high school sweethearts, all that shit. Lost my virginity to him. He lost his to me. Um, I decided to walk away from that relationship. And by the end of the day, it still hurt me, like at that time and whatnot. So I was like, you know what? I need to take a break from any contact with the males. And it was hard, but I actually learned a lot from doing that. I removed myself from all social media platforms. I didn't have no Snapchat. Gigi, please. You always do this when I start talking. Get over there, lay down. I removed myself from all social media, Snapchat. I didn't have no Instagram at the time, no Facebook. I wasn't active in none of that. Twitch, no, I was not active at all. I just wanted to focus on myself and work on the things that like for me to be a lot more productive in life. Things for me to start focusing on how I can elevate within, whether if it's economically for towards myself. Because I actually worked on all of that to the point where at the age of 21, I decided to move out of my people's place. Um, but like I said, I was just focusing a lot on me. And during that time, yes, of course I had to be single, but I also went through a whole phase where basically I didn't have sex again until I was 24. So I went through at least 5 years without having any type of sexual intercourse or oral, any of it, contact,
Yeah.
none of that. So like I've learned a lot. I learned that it is okay to be single. You know, no matter how many times people, try to throw in the face of like, especially like from a woman's standpoint, sometimes people like to view women like a lot more higher in value when they have a male beside them. And there's nothing wrong with marrying, a male or, dating another male or whatever. But I'm just speaking on just as far as like a woman, I think it's very important for us to elevate ourselves first before going into that world of marriage or even
I,
dating, honestly.
I don't think that is just, it does happens on both sides as well too,
Correct.
because us as men, we have a bit of an insecurity, especially with the economic of today is, and like with a lot of study, but that's a later down the line thing. I'm gonna hit back to what Demon Blaze said with, learning how to be okay with being single. In I'm and that's what I had to do. Because me being in not even relationships, being with women that were just mainly fuck buddies, and you are just solely there for just, you weren't doing anything. Like it wasn't nothing substantial, nothing truly romantic, nothing that was long lasting. You literally did like just Netflix, chill, fucked, and get fuck on with your day, and bye. As a young man, it was fun in the beginning, but then after a while, you will want something. Like I said, you want something
More
substantial,
sustainable.
and now,
Hmm.
yeah, you want something now, and that's what I'm looking for now. But I'm not forcing it, because when I did, that's what I got. I got those type of things. I'm just speaking for me.
Right.
I got those things, which was mainly sex, which was mainly, and it wasn't money or nothing like that. It was just mainly the aspect of being used in that way, and how I was displaying myself, because, just as much as we may think of, oh, we're just going to get the kitty, they're doing the same thing to us as well too.
Yeah, that's fact.
So, so it, I'm with you on that, Demon Blade, about that aspect of, being okay with being single, because that's a thing that us as men, and it does have history behind it, and every individual have their own reason of why they do what they do. But, you know we will be here all night. So, but that was
Yeah.
mainly my reason. Like I said, and I can't really speak too much of what the of course the opposite sex side of me dating other men because I don't know nothing about that. But I do think that we are living in an economy of which you know everybody is trying something to what best fit their needs
Correct.
and what the socialization that's out here we may think what's correct is not always right in our minds or not in our minds but right on paper. Let me say that, right on paper.
Right.
If
Like,
it feels right more like to our hearts, to ourselves, then yes, we need to
cause,
go for it.
cause I'll even say this, cause there was a point where my life I was totally against dating women. That was like a hell no thing for me. Like I said, a lot of people like to judge a book by its cover. They just see how I'm dressed, and then they just assume that that's all I've been dating all my life.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not true at all. I started dating men for a very long time. I've had little experience or whatever with women when I was in high school, but majority of my adult years have been with males. And for me, I felt like don't get me wrong, I've always been attracted to males and all that stuff. I just kind of in a sense got tired of how I was being treated. I got tired of it. I was one of those people where, like I said, I can be totally honest. I'm not how can I say oblivious. I'm not one of those people that's like, hey, I was born this way and all this other shit. No, but at the end of the day,
Correct.
people choose if they want to be with a woman or not. You choose that shit. I don't give a fuck what anybody else say. It's a choice. So anyway, um, that being said, excuse me. Um, I feel like I said, what turned me away from not really dating males right now in my time is because of that. How I've been treated throughout the times. I was one of those people where, yeah, um, I've been through that
So,
submissive stage. I've been through state, even honestly to this day. Like when you go into my streams, I'm really not exposing myself. Like you're not gonna see a bunch of cleavage out here.
mhm.
None of that stuff. Like I've never carried myself in that way. So, I like I said, I used to be like completely fully clothed type shit. Come with the hair
so
wrap, all that.
yeah, so with that, of course, people gonna assume, like you said, people gonna assume any and everything. And I, when you said that, it instantly reminded me of my best friend. My best friend, he loves my cousin. He he loves my cousin. She's a lesbian. But when we was younger, he had, you know, he has so much charm for her. He was in love with her since we were 15. And he knew that she was 11, but that was his type. Like he liked those type of women.
Hmm.
And he still do. And he's one of the ones like he's okay with the women with all the, but you don't have to put much to impress him.
Right.
He's like he's okay with the sports and okay to challenge him with sports. He's okay with the woman who can challenge him with football, basketball, shit like that. It
A
turns
lot of
him
men
on.
love that actually.
Yeah, he
They
really
do.
likes that. He really likes that. And I realized that my god kids, he got kids with those type of women. And I said, yeah, okay, it makes sense. But it goes down to like those type of things because we was talking about it and I said, do you still have an attraction for her? He said, yeah. He said, I would go for her any day. I said, you're still that's my cousin, then we 30, I'm 36 now,
Right.
we talking about over 15 years now.
He's
When I mean, I know
like,
you
when do
shot.
you stop, huh?
I know you shoot. You shot a good amount of bullets, but they looking a bit. shallow right now. What's happening? You know, come on now. But I get it. You know, in but also the real question is, like you said, what was there a past that made it to turn y'all off by men to make y'all be like, you know what? I'm tired of this shit.
What
You
turned me
know?
off?
Yeah.
Um, I can answer what turned me off from men. And as I'll say, I want to read this real quick too with Demon Blade. He said, I'm trying to find a hooper for real. Slap me on the ass after we play. I'm crying. But but honest truth though, what turned me off was their there's two things. Their sexual prowess.
hmm
In my opinion, they men today are a lot more of course they always been like sexual based human beings like we all are, but
Yeah.
as far as like their ability to control that is like slim to none with a lot of males. Not all of them are like that. Gigi, bro, like shit. My fault. My bad. My bad. Come over here. Get over there later. Go. Go. You played all outside last night. I mean tonight. Like you gotta stop. Lay
Yo,
down.
Gigi be giving her the runaround, y'all.
I know she really is. She look. I gave her this collar, and now all of a sudden she's just feeling herself. She want to show out in front of people.
hmm
But anyway, so one of them was the sexual prowess and not being able to control that as much. Where
Yeah.
it's like, damn, like okay, I can't be. We can't connect without that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it shouldn't be off rip that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, yes, we can get into that eventually, but as far as like the official initial like meetup or the official first like interaction should be sexually based. Like I want to actually get to know the person like as a soul. What is your likes? You know, what is your dislikes? Like all of those type of things. What how did you grow up? What's your background? Your cultural background? What's your nationality? What's your spiritual
And,
thoughts?
and
Like, you know, that
I'm
type of
with you
stuff.
on that. I think that we've lost that we've lost that throughout, and that's another reason why I haven't been dating myself, because we're in the it's like a reverse. We're having sex more than we are getting to know people. And I feel like after the fact the damage is already done. We're already attached, but we are attached to the point where we don't know this person of who we are attached to.
Right.
So like we're just like, okay, we fucked, we're in the bed, we're naked, but who did I just fuck here? And so like we don't know anything of what you like. I don't know which, like, I know what you smell like because I mean, of course, I ate that cat. Um, like, but I don't know what type of shit you on. Like, I don't
Yeah.
like what type of movies do you like? How is your mama? What type of food you like to make? Where are we going? Like, it makes it where the chemistry and yes, like Demon Blade is saying, like the emotional
Emotional
connection.
connection. Yeah.
Yes, like
Makes it better.
we
It's
were
so it does. Like that's like for me, I cannot sexually be involved with anyone, period, without some type of emotional connection. Without that, there is no sex from me. So like there's been multiple times where I be talking to a young male and you know we're flirting, we're doing all this stuff, but I'm holding off on the sex with him and he would get frustrated because of that.
mm,
And I'm like, "Hey, look, I still no, we still getting to know each other. I'm not just going to give it up like that and I don't even know your favorite color. Like I don't even know the small things about you. Like I'm not that type of person." Like, it got me all the way messed up, and that's kind of like I said, some of the things that draws me away is it seems like they just look for a rush in that, and yeah, I'm not with it. I'd rather really get to know you before it gets to that point. Like my very first um relationship, I didn't have sex until I was 19 years old, but I've known them all through middle school, all through high school. But I decided to wait that long until we did anything. And even with the next person I dealt with, I started dating back up around 24. Um, I think no, actually, I started dating again. I think around 23. It was a year before, and but I've known I was friends with this guy for 2 years before actually like involved in any type of like sexual activity with him too. Gigi, bro, please get over there. Go.
So, um, I wanna, of course, I'm gonna get to you, Coco, but Demon Blade, you pointed out something that is, I think, is maybe somewhat of, not say a problem, but more of a thing that we kind of need to let me find the things to say this. Is not say, because I can't sit here and say that you're not disciplined and all the rest of that stuff. Sometimes we get in this place of, once we get off the out of the cage of that divorce realm, and and be mindful. I've never been divorced. I've never been in a long-term relationship like that, but I've been around people, and so it's kind of hard to, like we spoke about in our previous talking to Tuesday. No, last night. I'm sorry, where we talked about, like, where sometimes us not being experienced in some of these things can get a little hazy.
Yeah.
But us going around playing like this and doing some, you know, undisciplinary things can kind of get us into shit that can cause more trouble than what we asked for. So I don't want you to be like, hey, going off the hills. Next thing you know, you out there playing Mr. Helicopter Man with 4 women because we ain't got a divorce and said yippee ki yay.
Yeah.
You know, I get that, maybe it may be a good victory. Who knows? I don't know. But, sometimes some things like that can happen, but we don't want to go off the hinges
I
of
wanna
shit like
I wanna ask him a question real quick. Demon
that.
Blade, if you don't mind me asking, and it's not too invasive, how old were you when you got married?
That's a good question.
Because like I actually knew a guy. He was 20 years old when he got married. He's now divorced. But one of the things that he said that he wished he didn't get married that early. He felt like he wasn't ready at the time and all of that stuff. But he's trying so hard to talk to me and all that stuff. And I'm like,
Okay.
dude, like you're just fresh out of a relationship. Like out of a marriage, excuse me, not relation, like a marriage. I'm not finna talk to you. You need no, because what I'm not gonna be is some rag dog that you just trying to fuck, get your little nut off. You feel me? While you have fun, like, and move on to the next. No, I'm not. Not gonna be there for you. Like, you gotta
And
figure
mind you, Damon,
yourself out and where you want to be in your life.
yes, and mind you, this is no judgment onto you, because I don't know shit. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know shit.
you was
We're
30
not professional.
or
Yes, we're
32.
we're not.
Say 30.
We're
If you
not
don't mind me
professionals.
asking, how
None of
old are
that
you
shit.
now? Is that you got to wait at least a year after a marriage. Whoever it is a rebound on God. That part, Demon Blade. That's what I was saying about him. Where it's like, dude, like you're fresh off. Like your mindset is still about this woman. Like, and I can tell by
Oh,
the
I
things you
do agree.
say, the questions you ask me, or the You know what I'm saying? Like you bringing her up every 5 seconds. Like your whole conversations is towards that woman. Like, dude,
Cool.
you still
I
have
do
feelings
agree
for her. Whether you
because
want to,
you're
in denial or not. If you constantly bring up your ex, it's something wrong.
I mean, what person wouldn't be emotionally attached to someone who they was married to? I mean, if you wasn't emotionally attached to a person who you was married, that means that you are cold blooded, like
Yeah,
cold hearted, because or you didn't love that woman, you
correct.
didn't love that person because and it just wasn't worth it. We have to make sense of this because there's no way that you're going to sit out there and just go back out there and think that you're going to go out there free willy nilly. Because even if so, you go out there within the year of that divorce, you're bound to be numb to anything, any relationship, any sex, anything that's bound to come your way. You're going to be numb to it because your mind is still healing or in the process of getting healed of whatever
Hmm.
wounds you just dealt with from the prior relationship.
I honestly, Jacka, that's so crazy that you said that. Like, I think that's the biggest thing people don't do is heal from their previous relationships. Next person you move on to, you should not put that same trauma, that same energy in your next relationship. Please
Mm-hmm.
don't. Please, please don't. Heal first, y'all. Y'all got to take the time. So, like I said, do whatever it takes for you to heal from it. Whether if it's you going to the gym, hitting some bags, whether if it's you learning a new trait, whether if it's you a new trade, whether if it's you learning something else, do something to distract your mind so that you don't have to keep thinking about your previous relationship and bringing it to the next. Like that is a turn off. And you said, oh, so I wanted to say, so you were married in between 6 to like 8 years. I'm assuming somewhere around that ballpark. How long
Mm-hmm.
you were married? And you said, that's what I felt numb while I was doing it. Yeah, like, oof.
And see, you have to make sense of this. You don't want to go out there in the world or even for yourself. You have to how do you say it in I want to be careful because listen, I'm still fresh on YouTube.
No, YouTube. The only thing that they like really is kind of strong on is a little bit of the N word, and they're really big on copyright. But other than that, you can pretty much say
but
whatever.
so but with that being said, I think that we have to really be more careful when it comes to our healing because when we are messing in these territories and it's like if you consistently and I'm being a little bit funny right now, if you consistently keep beating off, you're eventually going to get numb to it and it's not going to feel how the way it used to when you initially started doing it. It's going to it's you're going to be numb to it like you said, Demon Lady. Like you're going to be numb to it.
You
It
said
and
go
yes,
off. I have tough skin too. Okay. All right.
you may have tough skin, but also you're still a human. You're still a person who has feelings. You're still a person who needs to heal. Your immune system may be different than everybody else. You may heal a little bit faster than the next man, a little this, that, and the third, but you're still human. You still have to do the process and the work in which needs to be done.
Yeah, within yourself. If you don't
Correct.
mind me asking, was there anything looking back at your marriage? Was there anything that you can say I could have done better in to save this marriage if I wanted to? Because I don't know if wanted to save it or not, or were you just
And
like through?
and mind you, you don't have to let us know. Like
Yeah, you
that's
don't. Yeah,
entirely
you don't.
that's your
That
business,
that's why I said it's just if it's up to you, like whether if you want to answer or not is you know It's no pressure. But it's like I said, I'm very a big open person. I
But
don't mind
but
speak on myself.
but also like with the process and space that you have, I would suggest that, the fact that you are, quote unquote, they say, a free man, you know, nothing's wrong with dating, going out there, but I also feel like that your heart is still in the process of healing, of that emotional state of where, okay, if I get attached to another woman, it's going to become fragile, or I'm going to bring up where the previous stance is going to pop up. The previous place is going to pop up. It's like its old home. It's like that place where you slept at. And mind my words, but it's like the old pussy. That's what you're gonna be thinking about when you sleep with her, the new woman. You don't want to think about that when you're with the new woman. You don't want to keep going into that emotional state. You want to go into that place of you have to forgive yourself, and whatever that means, by your way of doing that process.
Okay, he said, I've done everything, but my number one issue was not standing up for myself. Um, I can actually kind of relate to that
Mm.
to a certain degree. Um, I'll say more of online. Because I get wrapped up between protecting my image, but also sometimes you just gotta check motherfuckers. Sometimes you have to. And whether if that means people look at you a certain way, oh well. But I totally understand for the not standing up for yourself. And like I said, even sometimes I try to think of like, okay, what I don't want to embarrass my partner either, or constantly keep putting them in situations where, you know, others drive themselves away because of how I talk at people. But I want to read this too. You said we tried a polyamory. Oh, like a poly life. Okay, and that shit was a roller coaster. Okay. Let me speak on that. And I'm gonna be a little harsh on this one. Demon Blade just a little harsh.
Hmm.
I believe that African American descent men
Hmm.
should not be getting involved in poly relationships unless they actually studied how to maintain those type of relationships.
I, here's where I want to hmm, I kind of agree and disagree. I also feel like that. Here's where I want to add to that, but also subtract. That's why the agree and disagree. I want to add where I feel like that the mental state needs to be there to sustain all these women. Because if you don't have the sustainability to deal with yourself, know how to tame different personalities, the kids, the household, any trials and tribulation that may come your way, then yes, I'm gonna say you can handle it. Or don't, or no, you can't handle it. But in today's day and age, I do disagree that I don't think that a lot of them should do it, because I think it's more of, quote unquote, a flex or a toot to really do it just because they want another woman, or to say they're not cheating. And I can be absolutely wrong. I don't think that it's pure in whatever validity they're trying to do it in. Because if a lot of them are not successful in it, then it's not something that I don't think that it's no. That's why I agree, and then I also, disagree.
I think that a lot of times, at least specifically African descent men from America, I think a lot of times they hear the word poly and they get super excited about the sexual part and not understanding that this is literally you're combining families together. Especially if if you're trying to get to a part where it's like, children is involved. But not only that, you're dealing with two separate or multiple, depending on how many, women you want to be involved, but you're dealing with different attitudes, different types of spirits and homes, different types of, in my perspective, like first off, you got to find women that are okay with that lifestyle. That's number one. Please don't try to manipulate another woman into by doing cheating or by doing stuff like that. That's not gonna it's not gonna work. Because I've seen situations who people have done that too. It should be based off of, in my perspective, a conversation between all three. Everybody is agreeance with it, and it should start that way. I feel like relationships that where it's just started off with monogamy and then came into poly never works.
So I think we're missing a huge part, and even though it should come with it by default, but love, like, what are we missing? That love should be a part of this thing with all parties that are involved. Okay,
I agree. It should be in there
because I feel like that I'm not seeing it in a lot of these things.
I think there's jealousy in between the line, and more so between the other women. But that's a normal thing. You're gonna deal with that, and that's why I said, like, as far as like, it takes a special man to even be in those predicaments because they have to know how to handle that, and a lot don't. That's the main problem is getting into a situation where, yes, like, there may be a situation where one woman may feel like you having sex more with her than the other one. You're spending more time with the kids, with her kids than hers. Like, you're gonna deal with that, and you're gonna have to answer these questions. You're gonna have to be able to, talk to them in a certain manner that they can understand, but also not in a, how can I say, in a brash way.
It has to be all around balance.
Correct.
And not everybody is capable of having that. And I can even speak for myself. I love balance, but that right there is not for me. I listen, because I ain't gonna hold you. If one pussy is better than the next one that's in another room, best believe.
But see, that's what creates that's what creates the problem.
But
you can't have that mindset in a poly relationship, because that's how it's going to ruin.
Why I said. That's why I said I know me. But I think a lot of them, like you said, it can't be just the sexual aspect. It has to be all around the emotional connection. It has to be the chemistry. It has to be all these things. And like I pointed out, love. If this is going to be the thing, how much love can one man spare to 3, 2, 4 women of and himself?
It has to be economically correct too.
Because, and then mind you, she may have kids from previous relationships, whatever. And to spread that within the kids of these women, how much are you weighing yourself thin within these relationships, because you're bound to get burnt out to the point where you ain't getting no motherfucking sleep, my guy. You ain't getting no like let's take the sex out of the equation. Your mental, your physical, all these things.
Okay. He said, I'm gonna say this about men. We are too okay with being side dudes. It was so hard for me to find a fine black woman that is okay with that. She had no problem finding men. So wait a minute. So you're saying that it's hard for a black woman to accept side
I
niggas? Is that what he's saying?
I know what he means.
Okay.
You're talking about, but this is the signs of the times. You're talking about the signs of the times compared to what they are now versus what they were then. There's a different ball game now, and this is the part where we have to be honest. A lot of women have taken charge of a lot of things going on. They have been more of it, correct, and they can be in the poly. Listen, don't get me to saying the shit all wrong.
No, you
Listen,
good.
Kay will have me all day clipped. But but in these things, like, it's a lot of them are more dominant than they are. Like I said, signs of the times. And not saying that we're not, but with the economic stance in which we are, like, even with money, all these things, like, we'll be here all day talking about why they are there, but also trailblazing in these relationships and why sometimes us as men and us as husbands are fucking house husbands now.
That is true. But at the same, I always ask myself, I ask this question. I always say, whose fault is that? Why do a black woman should feel like she has to be dominant in a relationship? She shouldn't have to feel that way.
I'm not saying that it's a male versus, as a black male versus black female thing. I'm not saying that, because technically it's the what's the name, the economy, all that shit has a part to do with it. Correct. It has a good portion to do with that. Now, do we have, like, this versus battle that we've been dealing with for years to do it, that they have planted the seed in? Absolutely. We'll be here for another 4 hours talking about this. But I do think that you said I got time. Tune in to our next episode for but like with these things, you see that the money have increased, and not shaming anything, because I do want to bring shame back, but showing the bar that more opportunities are for women than there are for black men. Not seeing that it's a bad thing. It's never a bad thing for us, but the versus battle begins when we let the economy get to our head, when it's technically not each other's fault. So when we are talking about these poly relationships, we definitely have to, yes, we definitely need to bring shame back. You're right about that.
We're bringing shame back. Agreed.
But with these poly relationships, you definitely see an increase of the female dominance coming in, because sometimes, even with that, I have to put up a big old fight with, even my mother now, versus the men who she's dating. She wants someone to be just as dominant as she is, but how the way she is, I know how my mother is. I'm just like her. We can go back and forth all damn day and won't shut the hell up. Just think about a man who she's dating. You think they can challenge her? Excuse me? Shit, he in for a good ass fight. But with that, it's like, what? look at what you're in for. What man wants to continuously keep fighting when he's at home, when he already has to deal with the world outside his home? Like I said, it's not each other's fault as the black man and black woman, because that's what the economy put us in.
I think to be honest, I think we still have to take responsibility of how things have become now. I feel like
Some
yes,
of
we
it.
we can do a lot more than what we have been doing. We made
Yes.
as a group of people, the amount of money we spend trillions of dollars on things, in my opinion, that are unnecessary,
Hmm.
that we can be using towards to help our own selves. Um, Now to go back more on the dominant part in the female and the male thing, um, I feel back in, I believe in the, could be wrong, but I think this is the era in the, either 60s or 70s where all the factories and shit started to pretty much go away, those type of jobs, and the trades where people can become like carpenters and things like that,
Yeah.
buildings, like actual like physical labor that they can, start businesses in. When all of those things left, I felt like a lot of the masculinity has left too, to where the point where we are now, just a lot of our men rather be rappers and, you know, basketball players and streamers instead of being just your average Joe of like work on being a plumber. Plumbers make
You,
excellent money.
that's
you
true.
know,
And you know what? I'm a you pointed out a good example, because it reminded me of that Pop the Balloon situation, where it was this short, dark skinned guy with the dreads, and he was an electrician.
they make
Good.
good
And
money too.
I'm secure. I'm securing who I am. And matter of fact, I don't even need to display all that. Handsome looking brother. He he wasn't your average size tall guy, but he was a good looking brother. Make a good amount of money, over $40,000 a year. But she denied him because he wasn't tall enough, and couldn't see herself being next to an electrician. When they did the reunion for that season, I remember the older woman who they kept calling her the auntie of the thing.
Yeah,
They got up on, she was the one that was vouching for him. She was like, I don't understand how some of y'all women talk about a guy like him when he is absolutely what y'all would want to be with. But y'all complain about the little shit. He may not be as tall, but he can give you everything that you dream of. And she was one of the ones, like, I mean, of course, she came back to look better. She didn't look like an auntie, that time at the reunion.
I'm crying.
But she looked her age. I mean, she looked the age like she was supposed to.
Right,
But she put a lot of them women in check, and this is why I say we need to bring back shame, because a lot of them need to be put in check.
that's very true. Like, and
Because go ahead.
no, that's why, like I said, when I say some of the stuff, even on Twitch, I could catch fire for it. I don't fucking care. Like, to me, how a woman presents herself, or how she, portrays herself in this world is very important. So, let's speak on this particular incident, situation that you're speaking here. Short man. I don't know how short he is. I don't know how tall this woman is compared to him.
She wasn't
Um,
too tall.
Was it too tall? Was she wearing
Yeah,
heels
she
or
was.
no?
She probably was.
Okay, so let's just say she was wearing heels. So I'm gonna use a little bit of my perspective, or my standpoint. I'm 5'3". I've dated the shortest guy that I've dated was 5'8". But if I wore 6-inch heels, I'm about 1 inch taller than him. Did I care about, me at that point being taller than him? No, I didn't care. It wasn't a big deal. To me, it was pretty much close enough to where we basically almost eye to eye type shit. But so I say every woman have their preference. If she want to be with somebody taller, that's on her. Just like if a male, like if he don't want to be with a fat woman, that's his preference. Like
Okay.
it's like for me, I don't really trip on stuff like that as far as like what you feel is a physical thing that you may be attracted to or not. Now, however, the part that I have an issue with is when we're speaking on the economical part, where like we're not going to
Correct.
shit on electricians like they don't make good money. Like that's what we're not going to do. Does he make around 40K right now? Maybe. Who knows
makes
where
more
he
than that.
could be? Yeah, I
he makes
know.
more
But
than
I'm like, but even like as he gets more experience in his field, that money is going to go higher and higher and higher and higher. He may at one point start making more money than you, sis.
Correct.
Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's just sometimes women may not want to go through the process of seeing that with their man. Some of them want the plate all there beforehand. I think black women we do have to get better at picking our men with selecting the right ones when it comes to that part. I can agree with that.
And you know what, you brought up something that really went through a buzz. What happened to us going through the process of growing with our mate or seeing the vision of what could be with our mate? What happened to that? Like, because we was there at one point where we seen, okay, we would grow together, we seen it, the process was there. Okay, you have a plan, this is a plan. All right, we both meet somewhere and boom. Okay, let's grow together. I feel like that everybody is looking for the end game, but then it's like, okay, once they meet each other, but then it's like, okay, nobody likes it once they meet each other because nobody likes each other in game.
I think Caucasian women are getting better at doing that than we are. If I'm keeping it a buck. They're picking out the black males before they're seeing the stardom in them beforehand. And when we're over here like, man, this nigga, he wants to be this, he wants to be that, man. He ain't shit, he ain't this. And then by the time you see the progress, it's too late, sis. It's too late.
Yeah.
You can't go back
and then say that, oh well, why he with a he with a white woman, this, that, and the third. And I
now, don't get me wrong, the men still choose the
Oh, absolutely.
If he didn't want to be with a Caucasian woman, he didn't have to.
You know how I feel. How I feel about that. Oh, we like I said, we'll be here all night, but I ain't having red eyeballs tonight. Now, listen now. You know how I feel about that, because listen, I'll be you know what? We're not doing this tonight, and we just starting off. Anyway,
okay, hold on. I want to read this real quick from Demon Blade. He said, "Well, if a woman feels like they can check their man, they won't respect them." That's true, and that goes into them feeling safe. So I get it. I'm definitely looking for someone to build. I've seen so many of my black men with a white woman on their arm at the protest. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. At a protest is insane.
But that's the reality of it. Listen, I love me a black.
Hold on, say it with a Q.
Listen, I don't like chocolate, but I like chocolate.
Man. Hold on, let me get a hallelujah.
Listen, because find the right soundboard. Because
there you go. I got you. I got you. I got it.
Listen, because me, I'm just and like you said, it's a preference. It's a must for me. As much and I have to point this out. No matter how much trauma I've been through with, my mom, some of the women around me, that's not going to change. That there is still some hope out there for me that a black woman still can treat me right out there.
Yeah.
Because I believe that a lot of black men lose faith in what's out there because they see that the grass is greener on the other side. And
It's not always
I,
greener though.
I believe that it's okay, but not for me.
Yeah.
To me, there's no relatability for me.
Correct.
I'm gonna
Same.
I'm gonna just be honest here. No
Same.
relatability for me because I can't.
Bonnet gang
Bonnet
over
gang.
here. Yeah, absolutely.
W Bonnet gang. Hey, I got my Bonnet Tia on too.
Oh yeah.
Um, but I just can't, get with the whole. I have to explain damn near everything of my culture, my life. It's like speaking Spanish, teaching them speaking Spanish to a person who already have lived here, grown here, who should already know what the struggle is and what I have been through already when you have seen it.
You have participated in it. That's really the
Yes.
thing. But
That's and go ahead.
he said, "I'll take me a spicy Latina." No, hold on.
That's not and that nothing. Listen,
But to
that's
me,
still in the
they
black
are part.
category.
Yeah, that's on like
That's still in the
especially
black
more of the
category. You have
Caribbeans.
to.
I'll say
You
they
have to.
are with. They, in my perspective, they are also family to me. I have
Yes.
like a Pan African mindset, so Caribbeans, shout out to them. They with us. They got African ancestry in them. People need to stop acting like they separate people. Like as far as like yes, they are in their own nationality. Don't get me wrong, but as far as like how we all see each other as one, as like an
Mm.
African people, we're all that. Okay, all of us. So I don't.
You
I
just
just
got it
hate that
up
they
right yesterday.
separate that. Like the United States is the only one that have documents where we separate race. Like you go to other countries, they don't separate people as race. But we got forms of that all over the United States. It's fucking crazy. But I want to go back to what you said here though about the protest.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where unfortunately they don't know how much they are diluting the spirit and the strength of a protest when you bring your Caucasian women into these spaces. The main reason of how we're able to push out our, whether if it's anger towards how some type of judicial decision was made, or whether it's somebody who has been dealing with police brutality, any of those things, a Caucasian person would never understand those type of things like how we can. Never will. Ever. So when they are bringing those women in those spaces, you really think they're going to be out there fighting back against their own men? Hell no. Y'all going to be looking crazy out here in these streets, bringing your Caucasian woman to a protest. And when the cops come around and they start attacking y'all, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? Let's keep it real. They not gonna sit there and haul ass and fight hard as fuck so y'all can stay alive. They're not gonna do that. Actually, one of the biggest things, like I said, even in protests or what I've seen, and also what I've heard as well, a lot of black women are definitely they've been in the forefront with that shit, and honestly they shouldn't be. That realm needs to be more of the, in my perspective, males need to be more not afraid of their counterparts. This is
Miss
one statement
Royalty.
I'm gonna say. This is one thing I'm gonna say real quick, and what my mindset was, excuse me. I always said this. I say, how can a black woman truly all the way respect and honor a black male, even if he still has fear from his counterparts? How can we still respect that? Like, in a sense, you get pulled over by the cops, you shaking in your boots, know what I mean? Like, you just, let me hurry up and get these license, let me do How about our men start focusing on how to combat these type of situations so that it doesn't go in a way of we're always in fear, and we need to find a way so they can articulate themselves to get out of these situations.
It's we're always in fear from the master.
But you
If we're
shouldn't be.
gonna, we shouldn't be, but we are. We always in fear of the master of the, let me say how it's supposed to be. The massa.
Massa.
Simply because we don't do what we're supposed to do once we are we blah, 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 blah. The thoughts ain't coming
Exclamation
out how
mark
it's
clip.
supposed to. Yes. The thoughts wasn't coming out how it's supposed to. So it's not Lord Jesus, am I having a brain fart? Yes, I am. So it is a hard, it is a systematic problem. You're right.
It is.
And it's hard to combat up against the massa because every time and like, I mean, of course, y'all know we call the police versus they call the police. We can call the police about the same scenario. Literally, if we in the house across from each other, call them about the same scenario. They will respond to them, and we will be sitting there like, I called you first. I will call you first. And they will
Hey, what's
continuously
good,
keep
Quan?
talking to them.
Oh man, I
Hello,
wish you
how are
was
you
in here,
doing?
bruh. How you been, bruh? Oh my god, it's been a minute since I spoke with you.
And these things are intricate because they're still taking our lives.
Yeah.
And they're still using us for an example to put fear in, of course, in our women. They're doing it by medically. They're doing it, like you said, they still have us in chains.
But
if they ain't killing us, they'll put us in chains.
And but that's where my point is. It's hard for somebody to make a statement as saying like the black woman is not protected when the black man can't even really protect himself either.
Yeah, we can't.
So to me, I ask this question: it's like, hey, at what point do our men start to form an army themselves? At what point do they start to form a nation themselves to where they can actually get all of our people within, like, in line with each other? Like, I'm gonna throw this idea out because I've thought about this years ago. I said, what if, and I have a website for it too, because I wish I've had the money to do this, but what if one of our prominent leaders or someone in power of our people buy an island and we have our own pretty much move towards that island so that our own people will be there? and move from America. Why can't we do that? Why do we have to deal with everything that's here? Why can't we just have our own country?
It's like that saying of like, when you think that you're not being watched, there's always someone watching.
Oh, I know they watching me. I know I'm on a watch list.
And it's they want their I'm not gonna say it on stream. It's okay.
I mean,
But
I know websites.
you
where I could
know
buy-
what I was bound to say.
Oh, I
but
already know.
So they want us back by any means necessary. You see what they're doing, how they're doing it, shit like that, and they're not willing to give it to us freely. Not at all. We know that we got snitches. We know that we got them ones that sit there. Oh no, I don't think Massa will like this. I think it's better to stay with Massa. Well, stay your ass with Massa then. Stay your black ass back there. And then you got them one that what's Samuel L's name when he was on fucking
Talk about that movie.
what's my movie? Django
Yeah.
Unchained. What's his damn name?
That-
He was
you know-
so loyal to
Damn it,
goddamn what's his
Gigi.
name so much.
I knew you was trying to be sneaky as fuck.
He was so goddamn loyal to fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, I know. Django. Mm-hmm.
Like he would not let that go. And how many generations he been up in that house being a damn slave?
They be proud of that. Like,
But
yes,
willing
we
to
do
sacrifice
know
your own home.
some of the people do still have that slavery mentality. Some of them do. I mean, like I said, like by the end of the day, I agree with Demon Blade. You can't save everyone, but by the end of the day, they know the message. They hear it. It's up to them whether they want to get away from that.
But also
Everybody
from
don't
a
want that though.
But also from a psychological stance, do they even know that they are slaves? That's the real question.
I think
Steven,
they do
that's his
know. They
name.
just Steven, yes. I think they do know. They just happy of where they are because they don't want to put in that work. It takes a lot of work to rule a nation.
I don't think they really know that. I don't think they know what a slave is. I don't think they believe that it exists. I truly believe that. Oh well, they believe that. Oh, America's was all that stuff. I believe that in their minds, they believe that they're equal to, like you said, to their counterparts. They believe that.
They can't believe that.
There's Coco. I'm telling you, Coco. I'm telling you, they do believe it. Don't fight me. Fight them. No, don't fight me. You're about to fight me.
What did Kanye say? What did Kanye West say, man? You know, you can get a Benz and you still a nigga.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what. Like you can have some type of cash that can match up with the Caucasian man. But guess what? When a cop pull up to your car and you roll down that window and he see what you look like, you are still a nigga by the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. But that's what all of them be making them remarks. Him, LeBron, what's the name? That's why like Jay-Z, like they all will be. They all will be making them statements and shit like that.
This is why I don't pay them no mind. Like those type of leaders and those type of people are not examples in my perspective of people that we should be looking towards when it comes to for us to get out of our own situations. A lot of these guys sign deals with people to keep them in that perspective or to keep them in that realm and keep them in check so that they can just pretty much keep the narrative going about
you know, slaving for them, honestly. You think LeBron, he got enough money to start his own fucking NBA if he wanted to.
Of course, but that don't negate that he, like you said, they still niggas. They still gonna treat them as such to accordingly. They just want them because they got the money.
They're gonna treat them that way, but also our men have a sense of fear of leaving that.
Because what else do we have without it? What else do we have without money? Our blackness ain't gonna carry us through this versus them.
And that's, to me, that is the downfall of our black men, is because mindset wide. That's a mindset thing. That's a confidence thing. Here's my deal.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Black men, I'm gonna speak to y'all real quick. You guys genetically are overpowered. Genetically.
But what you're saying, you're not wrong. But the thing about it is that they will strip us to diminish everything from us. You are preaching to people who are not willing to listen. It's like being up in the damn church trying to ask for offering money when they're willing to give it to Osteen versus you. Because they rather hear what they want to hear versus what they need to hear. I know this.
That. Yeah.
I know I can kick my foot through this goddamn wall, and next thing you know, my foot is laying right through that goddamn wall. And but problem is do I got the money to pay for them damn repairs? Fuck me.
I'm crying. You better get the study and how to repair yourself.
I'm go to Home Depot to figure it the fuck out. Shit.
You better YouTube
get
it
some
up.
drywall and shit. But my point is that, you know, people want to hear what they want to hear, not what they need to hear. There's a lot of shit that I don't want to that I want to hear. But am I going to get that in life? No. It's going to be a lot of shit that hurts me. But next thing you know, I reflect back on it and be like, you know what? Let me get my ass the fuck up. Because I heard something that I needed to hear.
Yep. Yeah, that's sometimes like that's all it takes. I said,
some people don't even realize that they are slaves. That's what I mean. It's not.
Well, I can. Okay, I get what you're saying. Because here's where I agree with the people do not know that they were slaves. And I'm gonna have to retract that statement just a little bit, because at some point I didn't know that I was in that category. I think politically wise, a lot of our people, like I said, are at this understanding where they feel that they have the same rights as everyone else because they were born here, right? However, what people don't understand, especially in our people, they don't understand that certain laws and certain cases, like the Dred Scott case, is still prominent. That still is alive in today. So, with that being said, and this is why I do preach on how important it is to have a nationality, right? Because without a nation, in a sense, you're pretty much dead. You hold no weight in a political sense. So, if you are born here in the United States and you have a birth certificate, guess what? You are still a slave. Your parents unknowingly signed pretty much your whole rights. They no longer have ownership of you as a child. They're signing it off to the state. This is why we have issues of where, what's the people called CPS? Child Protective Services, yes.
Yes.
Oh, they taking away my kids. Oh, they doing this. Well, that's because you signed the rights away from your kids to the state. That's why. Had you done the proper research, you wouldn't even deal with that shit. And even to take it a step further, like I said, a lot of us think that we are citizens of the United States because of our birth certificate. That's wrong. That's actually incorrect. In order to have some type of citizenship in the United States, the very first step you have to do is authenticate your birthday. Authenticate your birth certificate. Authenticate it. You know how many of our brothers and sisters do not know that? Some of them don't even know that process. Have no idea what that is. Excuse me.
Don't talk to me like that.
Look. And also to even take it to a further statement, people don't even understand how much Abraham Lincoln has done for our people too. And what forms we need to know that man created for us in order for us to free ourselves in the first beginning. They don't even know what those documents hold. Like I said, it's a process of freeing ourselves. But some of us are even scared to go into that realm. Because guess what? The government will always have an eye on you.
Mm-hmm.
Always. You're always going to be on the watch list. You think these people, people like these black nationalists, right? People like Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, all of those brothers, right? Y'all realize that they actually changed their names, correct? Somebody like Muhammad Ali, right? What was his original name? Cascade or something. I can't remember his fucking original name. But even he changed his name. All of these brothers, they realize how they're, in a sense, their straw man name, right? That's what we normally would call it. Straw man name is basically the surname that you received by your slave master. So basically, that's mine would be Smith or Johnson. Cassius Clay. Thank you. I couldn't remember his name, but all of those names: John, Jones, Smith, Martin. Those are slave names. Once I've gotten contact with some of the brothers of some Moorish Americans, I even spoke to a few people from the Nation of Islam as well. They showed me how important it was to get my status corrected. Am I still working on it? Absolutely. But it just shows the level of ignorance of our people, of how they don't understand why they keep getting killed in these streets, why they keep dealing with police brutality. It's because y'all have no nation behind you. Do your research on what the Moors was doing for our people and why the police don't fuck with them no more. Do your research. It's sad that, the joke that Chris Rock has made, when it comes to niggas and reading. But let's keep it a buck. in order for us to get out of this situation, we have to fucking read. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not a big reader my damn self, but by the end of the day, in order for me to free myself, I have to understand some of these words, how they spoke in these documents. I think one time we had it was a little discussion we was talking about with the certain documents of like the Declaration of Independence or like the Bill of Rights, all these type of documents, right? And I asked a question. I said, the people, do y'all believe that the people who signed it were also the people who wrote it? Was it just a room full of Caucasian people and they came up with this stuff, or did we have any type of participation in there?
I remember you bringing this question up when we talked. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I feel, and the only reason why I asked that question was because it all resorts back to certain biblical things and certain biblical times, right? Where of how speech is and how our people talked. For all the people that don't know, I'm gonna just stick with just Genesis right now. Genesis, that word itself is derived from a Egyptian god or a god from Kemet. I'm gonna speak on that type of term. Kemet, excuse me. Isis. That's how the word Genesis was even created. Was because of Isis, which is through our lineage, our people. So whenever we see the words on the third day, of on the fifth day, of on the seventh day, that is our people writing. Guess what? Some of those same languages are in these type of forms, such as like the Article of Confederation. Y'all know that our people were the originators of the Republican Party. Why do we not believe that some of these writings we also have a hand in? I'm going to just leave it at that.
You see how she do? She just said, I'm going to leave y'all to
I'm going to let y'all think the rest.
Hell no. Hell no.
Look, man. Hey, look. I came across a lot of intelligent people.
I'm tired of thinking for my damn self tonight.
Look, man. I can't just hand the whole book to you now.
Yeah, you can. And you can. And you can.
I can't hand the whole book to you, man. Like, I got to just give bits and pieces so that people can do their own research.
Now she gonna give us a bite, like a little kitty bite, and then be like,
"Oh, you want some more?"
Bit. Oh, she said, "Oh, you want some more?" Ain't that some shit?
Just a little bit, you know what I mean? Hey,
she ain't right. Y'all tell her in the chat she ain't right.
Like I said, like a lot of these conversations I love having, but you know I can't speak this deep on Twitch about stuff like this. So this is why I come over here to YouTube.
Yeah, that's listen. We be getting into it when
look,
we be talking.
Y'all think I've gotten canceled on Twitch? Y'all really gonna cancel my ass?
Man, we gonna get into it over here,
man.
And I'm getting my feet warmed up. Well, for another reason, cause shit, it's getting cold. But, hell
I'm
yeah.
trying.
But
okay,
for this shit, yes. Let's get into it. Any topic, yes. It is probably damn near gonna be uncensored. So
no,
yes.
For real. Diva Blaze said we gotta understand the history too, the non-whitewashed version too. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I think that's kind of where our people, we just got to a point where they don't. How could I say? They just very ignorant. That's why I'm like, yes, we made business deals with them. We made transactions with them. Y'all, like, they're not just how we are now is not falling all on them. Like, we do have to take some type of responsibility. When you look at that $1 bill and you flip it over to the back side, you see the left side is the Europeans and the right side is the Moorish Americans. and natives. That pyramid represents us. So yeah, we supposed to be doing way better than what we are doing economically as a people. And stop looking for them to help us to get out of shit. I remember people was happy that goddamn Maya Angelou was on a 25-cent coin, the quarter. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Don't nobody use coins like that anyway. The last time y'all looked at a damn quarter? Well, it's been a long time since I did.
Not you judging us. Hold on. Let me pull that out. Mama! I didn't go there.
Look, man, I said y'all getting hype over a goddamn quarter. Look, man. And I appreciate Maya Angelou, but it's like, damn, man. He said, they got into power, and the first thing they did is change that. And oh my fucking God, I always fuck up this word, this museum, Smithsonian. There we go. And taking that out. Yes, taking that out of the history. And you know what? I actually went to the
Smithsonian.
Smithsonian. I know it's the tongue. Smithsonian. Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I went to the one up in New York. But I tell you, I actually been there twice. I felt like my whole life has changed when I went up there because it was so many artifacts, so many different things that was there that I was like, you know what? I want to be able to see the real version of these too. And a lot of those artifacts and stuff that they have over there are replicas. And a lot of the real versions is all the way in Europe. Mm-hmm. I wonder why it's in Europe. And you said, I got a quarter right now, and it still got a white man on it. No, the back of it. The back of it. The front, of course, still gonna have George Washington on it. But they made an announcement like it might have been like maybe 5 years ago that they finally put the very first black African descent woman from America, which was a Maya Angelou, on the back of one of the quarters. That takes some digging to find some of that. But yeah, the front of the face is still George Washington though. But the tails, you'll find some Maya Angelou. Excuse me.
We went from. I mean, it was still in the category. I did.
Look, we could go all over the place. I
told you
this ain't Talk to Me Tuesdays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
that's
what
I said. This is nighttime, uncensored.
Yeah, we can speak on anything.
Rub your hands, y'all. We got more to come.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the ones where I'm just like you giving me something to cook up now. You know which one you want me to bring? Because I ain't bringing no potato salad with the raisins now. I ain't
Look, I don't care what you bring as long as it ain't that you just mentioned. Don't come to the cookout with some goddamn raisins and potato salad. You finna get kicked out the house.
Listen. I said I gotta make sure that Demon Blade. Listen, you gotta get vetted too. Listen, you thought you off the hook, bro.
Oh no, he ain't safe in here.
Yeah. We gotta vet you too.
He ain't safe.
Yeah.
He said still in the back of the bus. Damn. Oh man. Let me find out somebody getting pegged in the back of the bus. Now let me stop. Oop. Let me stop. There's a song reference.
It's getting spicy.
Oh man. Lord have mercy. Goodness. Oh shit, man. But damn, what I was about to say?
I don't know.
Shit, it's just I don't even know how we got on this goddamn subject.
We go because we went from relationships, and then it spurred from the black man and how the women became more dominant and stuff like that, and then we drifted over to why is the man less dominant and stuff to that effect and what it does, and then that's how we got into this subject, and so that's why.
He said, "Oh damn, what bus is that? Asking for a friend? I'm crying."
You know what, D-Man? See, you know what?
Somebody arrest that man.
No. This your fault. This your fault, Coco.
No,
This your
it's
fault.
not me. It's not me fault.
Me
innocent.
Another one. Listen, another one of your platforms that we on YouTube now. Another one where we get on, and you still acting up.
Man, no. Me not acting up. Me keeping it cool.
Yeah, I don't even. You can't even keep a straight face for that one.
I sure did. I was just over here smiling my ass off, man.
You couldn't even hold it in for at least good 10 seconds.
I so couldn't. I so couldn't.
I said, "Damn, yep, you blew it." Already. Yeah, but that's how we got to the subject. So yes.
Oh shit.
So Demon Blade, any more questions that you got on the table that you want to ask for? Even though we started off with relationships, but also wandered.
We can go back. We can go back to that.
Yeah. Or anybody else that's up in the stream, up in.
Excuse me. But shit, I mean, if they ain't got nothing, I guess I can come up with a question. Shit. I could look on some would you rather type stuff I had pulled up, but didn't say not one of them yet. All right.
You did it already. Lord
nope. Shit. Would you rather go to jail? Oh, there she goes. Hey, mommy's in the building. Hold on, let me clap. Hold on.
Hey.
Oh, wait, you wanted to clap what?
Excuse me?
You know what?
I just got here, you guys.
I was about to say, I don't do anything. I'm innocent.
Me too. I just got here. What's going on?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Hey, Miss Royalty.
Hey,
hi,
mommy.
Jackie. Hi, baby. Happy, what the hell is today? Wednesday. Or whatever the hell.
Yes. How you doing?
What y'all up to? How y'all doing?
How you're doing?
Yeah, how are you? Well, I'm cool, by the way.
I'm good. I'm so happy I'm off of work, you guys.
Yay. W getting off of work.
Yeah. But what we talking about?
Man, we've been all over the place, mommy.
Love it.
Really?
Me and my ADHD will be will be happy.
See, Demon Blade. See, that's what happens when you with Coco. She clearly she likes to clap with no hands. See,
I mean, I do got some talent now. Hold on, sugar.
All right now.
Can I get a witness? Nah, let me stop.
Not the witness. I don't know. I can't say that.
Oh.
See, you know what? You know what? Since we was thinking of slavery and stuff, we gonna sing some old slavery music.
You know what? Hell no.
Man, where will we gonna live?
You know what?
Wade in the water. Wade in the water.
Y'all are stupid.
Is Massa gonna feed us today? Yes.
Can we not start this? We just got on here, okay? Can we get a little bit more time up on this platform, please?
Man, they gonna ban us in the next 2 hours, bro.
I'm into the freshman.
Oh goodness. I'm gonna forward that email straight to Miss Royalty. Be like, yes, manager, can you read this?
Yeah,
You know
I'm into
what?
that thing.
Ooh, hold on, sugar.
Make me a slave. Okay, I'll
Hold
stop.
on. Oh
I'm
no.
leaving.
No.
Mm,
Hold on. Where's my rope? Now let me stop.
mm. Oh,
Oh,
you know what? All right.
and you been whole time.
See, Demon Blade, you started this. You wasn't supposed to break. See, look, you supposed to be a good.
I'm
You
doing
supposed to be
Yeah,
good.
look,
You
Demon
and
Blade.
Coco was supposed to be
Demon Blade
good.
loves us, man.
You did see. You and Coco was supposed to be good.
Exclamation
Y'all
mark
might have been.
OnlyFans, man.
Ah,
Now let me stop.
Exclamation mark. Patreon.
Yep.
Exclamation mark. Cornhub.
Oh man.
But no,
Yo.
wait. Hold on.
Hmm?
I'm putting up here. Echo.
Yeah,
Turn on
look,
roll.
take your time.
What's the rush?
Oh my
Hey,
gosh. I
Is
said,
your phone?
baby, I'm a dog. I'm a mutt. However
Wait, so
he
I missed
sound.
all the fun conversations? How dare you?
Look, we can go right back to it, mommy.
yeah, we can get right back into it.
I don't know. Well, yeah, sure. Well, this
Yeah.
is a conversation.
First, we started off on relationships,
Yeah.
Oh, what
and
about them?
Then
then we led over to the female dominance, which led into more the black man. I was kind of say the demise or the diminishing in America.
Hmm.
I would say it kind of seemed like, and then that's how we got here.
only
Yeah.
Patreon is hilarious.
Matter of fact, Demon Blade, let's get your link. Mhm.
Exclamation
The
mark
link
only
is in
demon.
the bio. Link is in the bio.
No,
Make sure y'all look.
is it
Candy
in the
Bun.
bio? I think it is in the bio.
No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
No, I think it
I
is
don't
for real, for real. But the Patreon, I think it is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, continue, Jack, to describe everything that we were speaking on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was done. Oh, I was
He was
done.
Oh,
done.
that was it. Okay, yeah.
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 I guess I'm trying to remember the exact last thing because it was more on the political side.
Yeah,
That we were
because
speaking
that's what it
on.
was. We were still talking about like what it does to us in America and the mental state and stuff like that, and like how some of us are still slaves and
Mm.
what it does to us. And you gave off that you was only giving us a bite of what you
Yes.
wanted us to eat, and you wasn't
Mm-hmm.
giving us the rest. So
Nope.
now
You
we're
gotta do
still
your
hungry.
research.
Hmm. No.
I can look. I can show y'all. There's two. There's two links that I have that can actually break down of how to authenticate your birth date. I mean your birth certificate as a African descent um person in America.
Mhm.
So to make sure, like I said, that you are no longer under the, I'll say, slavery of ownership of the United States, which is a corporation. Um, excuse me. You want to kind of, in a sense, put yourself in a category of being under the United States of America versus the United States corporation. There's a difference between the two. Me, I'm working towards of changing my status towards the being under the United States of America. This is why we still need to have the Constitution here, because without that, honestly, we're fucked. Really, really fucked. But a lot of our people believe that just because they're born here, that it automatically puts them under that category. And like I mentioned before, that's not true. Not true at all. Okay. But I do have, like I said, a link that shows the entire process of how to make sure that you are correcting your political status step by step. One of the things I'm trying to get away from is honestly, I no longer want to deal with having a social security number. That's also a representation. It's basically like a prison number. That's how they keep up with all of your finance and all that other shit. And sometimes your social security, some of it can hold you back, and some of it can help. And you said, I gotta get to bed. Good talk to you. Still tab you up. Oh yeah, look, I appreciate that though. Thank you. Look, I appreciate the good conversation of you even being in
I was
here.
about to say, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Dope.
Yeah,
hell yeah. I appreciate that, Demon Blade. Hopefully you get to pull in and tap into some more nights when we do stuff like this over here on the YouTube side. Well, I guess shit, we gonna keep it going because this could be like a podcast vibe, you know. So, shit, where was I? Yeah. So yeah, I know quite a few websites and people who, you know, some of them are Masons. That honestly, some of them be knowing a lot of information when it comes to stuff like that that I would listen to. So yeah, there's ways to free yourselves. Y'all just can't be scared of the fucking process to do it. But I can't lie. I was one of those same people that was scared too. He said, next time I'll pop into the box. Ooh. Hold on. Pop into what box? Hold on, sugar. What box we talking about?
Huh? Box, I know. Hold on.
I'm about to say, hold on. I'm trying to pop into a box. Nah, let me stop.
Not do too much. I can't.
You know what? I'm staying away. Let me go to bed. That's getting a bit too spicy up in here. You know what? This is Miss Royalty's fault. Yep.
Nope, ain't no such thing.
Yeah, this is Miss Royalty's fault. Yep.
I'm just chilling.
Okay.
I'm only a baby.
Okay, so we lying tonight. All right.
Yep, we are.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
I'm only a baby.
She says that to everybody.
I'm just a baby.
Oh boy. Well shit. Man, fuck. What is Kay doing? I was gonna invite him in here too.
Oh, I don't know.
I've tried. I called him a while ago.
But I mean, I think that what we hit on tonight so far was not say enough. I mean, we somewhat got through the relationship thing. Now that Miss Royalty here, we might as well run it back. Some of the stuff,
some of the relationship, and then I guess we'll just take it however it goes, like just like how we did. Okay. Yeah. How you want to start off?
We can go how it initially started. So like, what the question is like, how do shit? What was the initial question? Because I think it was technically, you know, just a regular question, and then it led to like Demon Blade action.
That's what it was. It was somebody asking me, do I ever miss speaking to? Do I ever miss dating males?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone asked me that question before.
And that and it can be turned any way you want, Miss Royalty. Because have you even tried to go into that route of dating males, or
of course
always been that way? So you tell your story in whichever way you know you feel comfortable.
I don't like to label myself, but
me neither.
So people can understand. I guess I'm considered bisexual. I did men too. I just men suck. So here we are.
Wow. There we go.
That's that.
I mean, yeah. I get it, but also of course, we trying to be newsy because I would just say a lot. Was there, like what Coco was saying earlier, like was there any like particular like a specific reason, like instead of it just being like they suck, like what
like
made it just
for me, and like me personally, again, I don't really go I guess I will go by gender because yes, I only date men or women. However, I have talked.
Sorry
Uh,
to interrupt you, but it sounds like you're kind of like covering your mic.
Yeah,
oh,
she hugging that pillow. She hugging the pillow.
No, she hugging big.
Yeah.
She hugging Jack a Bear.
Oh,
Yeah, he's just a baby. Leave him alone.
oh
All
my
Okay.
gosh.
right. um. So yeah, I've talked to you know, I guess I wouldn't say dated because we really didn't date, but I've talked to a transgender
Holy shit.
woman to man. Yes. Had conversations. Again, we did not date. It wasn't like that, but we had conversations again. So I don't really date the person for their gender. I date the person for who they are. So if I'm not feeling like dating a guy because no guys just speaking to me or piquing my interest, then I won't. If a girl is not interested, then I just stay single. Like it doesn't really matter the gender
We're streaming, by the
for
way.
me.
Okay, on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to warn him so he knows. But continue.
Oh.
My brother's here.
Oh, okay. What were we talking about? But yeah,
You was
I
talking
don't
about
really.
transgender people.
Yeah, there's not a specific reason as of why
Mhm.
um I'm not dating a guy. I was dating a guy before the current person I'm dating.
Gotcha.
He just sucked. So
So I'll say, me.
So I want to
Okay.
transfer this question to Kay. Is there any reason why you're dating the Steelers?
You know what?
oh wow. Is there a reason why you're dating Jack again?
Um, yes, and I can answer that honestly. So, when I was a young man in foster care, there was a staff member by the name of Al Austin. Al Austin was a big dude. He had sons who played football, and Al, every time he used to come on duty to do his shift, he used to always walk around with this Pittsburgh Steelers
W come on
duffel
duty.
bag. Yeah,
Wow.
he used to carry around his duffel bag. And one day, me and him, before I went to bed, before all of us went to bed upstairs, I said, "Hey Al, what made you become a Steelers fan?" And he started talking to me, he started breaking it down, and he was very passionate about it. And to honor him, to this day, 36 years later, I became a fan. Not only in honor,
Yeah.
and not only am I a fan, but that's how I honor Al wherever he's at in his life. Yeah,
Shit. He got a whole
yeah,
story with it.
yeah. That's how I became a fan. Yeah, yeah.
That's how they became, a marital bond between him and the Steelers. I love it.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes,
Oh, football over hose.
yes.
Oh wow.
She said, "Oh wow."
Look. He blushing over there. You see him? He blushing.
Uh-huh. But
Yeah, no,
I wanted to go back a little bit on what mommy's saying though, but uh me, I don't think I could ever talk or date somebody in the transgender realm. It's not really my preference, I'll say. Just keeping it respectful. But
Me too. Oh,
I
sorry, I
think
didn't mean to interrupt.
no, you're good. But like just to kind of reiterate a little bit of what I was speaking before you came in here. Well, I was talking about how most people, that know me, in my adult years I dated more males.
Mhm.
And it just kind of like, I don't want to say it was like a situation where it's like I just got fed up with motherfuckers, like, but I was just like, shit, let me try something different. Let me try something new. And in a sense, it's still not all the way new because I experienced a little bit while I was in high school. But for religious reasons, I didn't indulge in my adult years until now.
Mm.
And so where I am now is like, all right, I done talked to different males. I done been through the submissive stage with the fucking head wrap and the goddamn dresses and all that shit. I did all that, with the Mary Immaculate, all white and shit, looking like a fucking nun. And I did all that shit. Like,
Oh wow.
and in my perspective, like, men that say that they look for those type of women really don't want that. In all actuality, I remember I was having a conversation with a male speaking on just some of my sexual experience, and he thought I was fucking boring because I didn't experience a lot more things than he did. And I'm like, damn, bro, like, I gotta fuck everything under the sun for you to like me? Like, what kind of shit is that? Like,
Hmm.
it's just, I don't know. Like,
I have a question for you.
mm-hmm.
So you're dating or you date women just because you want to try something new, or because you're actually attracted to women?
Yes, I am attracted to women, but if I'm
Mm,
keeping it honest, I don't have a large background of dating them. So
mm, hmm.
I always have to be
No, I
honest
know.
about that, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay. Face.
uh,
Hey, yo, your face is killing me right now.
I'm not doing this with y'all.
Wait,
So-
what
Your face, bro.
happened? Got him.
my bad.
um,
Now you gonna turn the camera off.
Because his face is telling it's telling everything. That's what it is.
Hold on, sugar, moving too fast. Hold on.
No, you moving too damn fast. Shut up.
Oh man.
that's hilarious.
Uh,
I mean, but shit, I'm
Yeah.
like, you never know. Like, my best relationship could be with a woman. My longest relationship could be with one.
Ooh.
And it will be.
Ooh.
Oh.
Anyway.
You know what? Hold on.
Oh,
Okay,
hold
y'all.
on.
It was nice,
No,
you know.
We
But we gotta
about to
wrap
raid
this
out.
up.
Wait, no, we can't even do that. Shit, I forgot.
Yeah, we don't raid out over here. Ain't no such thing as raid out.
The radar is crazy.
Nah, that really
It's
is.
great.
why is my screen keep freezing?
Not you about to. Not you.
I sure did. Got him.
Oh shit.
He said 4K. Mm-hmm.
Oh, payback.
But no, I just feel like I shouldn't be, X'd out because I may not have a lot of experience when it comes to women. If
I
I
agree.
decide that I want to start dating them.
I feel like you should date whoever the fuck you want, really.
That too. Because I felt like, in my perspective, like, at least on the Twitch side, a lot of people, I guess they was trying to, I don't know, trying to quote unquote expose something, but there's nothing to expose. Like, I was completely honest about it from the beginning, as far as me dating males. Like, so if y'all decide that in y'all minds took that another way, like, that's on y'all. I'm just keeping it 100.
I feel like, especially in that app, nobody can really talk about none of that, because most of these women that are in that app are fake gay, really, and they just like attention. So,
I don't think it's just. I think it's in general, and I think it's more because they want to see what's the thrill about.
No, I still think it's just they like attention. There's no thrill, because when it comes down to it, they're not down to actually be in a relationship with the girl, or
That
even
part.
really be with the girl. All they will do is kiss. I could kiss anybody when I'm drunk. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not really like, you don't really want to be with a girl. You just want the attention from a girl, because it is different than dating a guy. Way different. Completely. It's more emotional. I can't think myself.
It's okay. I was fucking up the word Smithsonian for like 10 minutes.
Smithsonian.
See,
I think Kay
I'm
trying to
still
get back
fucking it up.
in. Kay
Oh, okay.
trying to get back
Yeah, I
in.
gotta drag him in.
Oh, yeah, it's just what was I saying? Yeah, I feel like it's more of the attention and the fact that it's more caring, more warm than just dating a guy, depending on who the guy is too, because there are some qualities that some men can have that are on give me a second, y'all.
Hmm. But yeah, I would agree with you. Um, me, I tend to date like if I was dealing
I was
with
gonna say,
males. Oh, go ahead.
my bad. But yeah, there's some men that have more of a soft side to them. That's not what I
Mm-hmm.
like, me personally. Um,
Me,
just
I
because,
don't need to.
yeah. But there are some men that are like that, and a lot of men that are mostly raised by women are usually more in tune when it comes to like that more of a soft
Understanding.
aspect. Yeah,
Hmm.
I feel like yeah.
I think
Same thing with you
I think
too.
sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
Most of the males that I've dated have been men that never had a father in their life.
Yikes! Right.
And yeah, so with that, some of them are in tune with how they should, treat a woman, and some of them have literally no idea, like, and just absolutely
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah. There were, that was a mom probably that was more struggling and wasn't really there to teach them those things because being a single mother too is it's very hard. So
It is.
um, and I don't know what the difference is from now and before, but a lot of our parents were so yeah, you can be a single mom, but I've seen single moms in the new era or the new school, I should say, and they can raise their kids very well and give them values and all that stuff. And our parents just let us to raise ourselves for the most part, or the neighborhood, or a grandma, or the nanny, whatever it is, because they wanted to work. Not shaming, not shaming them because
No,
they did what they had to do, but they could have done so much better.
I agree. They could have done much better, but I feel
Hmm.
um it's a little different, especially when it comes to genders. I think the women do a lot better with raising their daughters than they do with sons.
I could disagree with that
Okay.
because my cousins have boys and they let them be boys too, but they also teach them how to be the future men of the house, and also how to they kind of, how can I explain it, like I have a friend, and I'm not going to talk about my cousin because she's closer to me, right? But
Of
I
course.
have a friend that she has only one son. That's it. That's all she got. And he is a typical teenager, but she has raised him in a way where he's able to, be a boy in a sense, but also because the way she is with him, she's teaching him how to treat a woman. Like, not saying that he treats her like if he was, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
it's not no weird stuff, but
I know.
like the way they interact, like the way she makes him do things for her or something like that. He makes breakfast for his mom. You know what I'm saying? That's something that she taught him how to do it. And then in the future, I'm pretty sure he'll continue to do that with his wife or girlfriend, whatever it is. Um, I
See,
don't think,
That's like the nurturing
hmm?
side of him.
Yeah,
That's
and that's what I'm saying.
we
I don't think
that's what
moms,
we normally teach. Like, but what about that other side?
the other side, but that's what I'm saying because she was raised by Dominicans. Not to say anything bad, but like we were raised very different than
True.
how kids are raised here. We are raised to figure it out. Like, you gotta change a tire, you gotta change a fucking tire. Like, it's not, oh, you're gonna wait until your cousin. No, you're gonna wait until your cousin comes here, but your cousin's gonna make you do it. You're gonna wait until your dad gets there, but your dad's gonna make you do it. So she's also teaching him how to do that. Um, and of course, his dad is not dead. It's not that he's dead or nothing like that. But she has been the one to raise him for the most part, like on her own. And she also, um, in a way, kind of like allows his dad to, mm, like, put his input into the way he's raised. So there's things that his dad has to step in and like tell him how to do it, or there's times that teenagers and boys in general, and yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard sometimes.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, because I mean, the way he's been raised, it sounds like he has a level of respect with his mother to where he hasn't crossed any boundaries, right? As far as like, because there are some boys. I'll just speak more on the male perspective, on like well, not male perspective, but the males, teenagers in America, African descent.
Mhm.
I feel as if some of them get to the point where they realize, yeah, my mom, she's not as strong as me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they realize that, that's when turmoil can like happen within the home. I think that's like where the boys in America, that happens often.
I think it's
I'm not
still the way
sure if that
that
happens a lot, in Dominican Republic. I'm not sure, but over here,
it's
those teenager boys, they gonna realize that, yeah, mommy, you can't hold me down. I'm gonna do what I want to do because I'm stronger.
But here's the thing, they can, because at the end of the day, it's not really where you're from, it's how you're raised either way. So
Correct.
yes, boys in DR are just like boys here. Like, they still stronger than their mama, but again, their relationship, the way that we and well, the way that, and I'm saying we because I'm a woman too, but like the way that they raise their children, it's not really like they're friends, but like there is a relationship. I feel like sometimes, um,
They do over here get wrapped up of like being friends with
yes,
their,
like
yeah.
they're
I
worried
agree.
about other stuff, and they don't create a relationship with their children. Like, not just boys in general, like girls. There's
Yes.
some there's some girls that don't fucking like their mom just because there is no relationship there. Um, I'm not saying, and again, I didn't, unfortunately didn't grow up um with my parents or both of them, or either of them at some point too. So I'm not saying that there is no, the cases are not there where there's just no love really anywhere. But for the most part, we are very warm and raise our kids just to be more loving. And sometimes that's missing from a lot of families, not just Black families, Latino families. Oh, is just missing, and because we're so worried about other shit. You worried about the fact that you don't like his daddy. He looks just like his daddy. That's not his fault. Like,
Like
I don't
facts.
know, stuff like that. That just makes no sense to me, and it just creates a bigger issue in the future. Because yeah, you don't like my daddy, but that's still my dad, and I don't like you
Correct.
because you hate my dad, and my dad treats me better than you because you're shitty to me. For
Yeah,
example.
I will agree with that. I actually know a certain situation that's pretty damn similar. It's like, yo, like it's sad that every time you wake up in the morning and you look at your son's face, it's a constant reminder of your failed marriage or your failed relationship. Like, some
Yeah.
women take that and in a sense put that same hurt into their own child, and it's not their
Yeah,
fault.
they take it out on the kids. It's
Yeah,
not his fault that his dad's genes are stronger than yours. Do better. The hell?
do butter is
Like,
crazy.
yeah, like have better genes. What's wrong with that? Like, I don't know. It's just
Yeah, I'm crying.
sometimes it's rude, and the way that. And same thing with women sometimes don't even like their own daughters because they remind them of themselves. Like,
Yeah, that too.
yikes, yikes, sis. You don't like me,
Nah,
but
that
I'm
shit really
just like
crazy.
you. Yeah. And there's a sense of competition too when it comes to women and their daughters. Um, so I don't think that women don't really know how to raise boys. It just depends on the person, really. Because some women don't know how to raise kids in general, and they shouldn't have any.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big one, honestly.
Yeah.
Certain
I do
people,
have a question.
uh-huh.
How do you guys feel since I brought that up about some women not having kids? How do you guys feel about um abortion first? I'm gonna ask that question first.
Okay. Um, I don't know if Kay's around, but I guess I'll speak on it first. Um, abortions. Whoo, shit.
Chon, chon, chon.
I know. So okay, I used to be completely against it,
Mm, interesting.
everything. But as I got older, I say the only
You
thing
get
that
it.
you should be, in my perspective, you should want to do some type of abortion is if rape is involved.
Hmm. Interesting. You said that. Okay.
Yes. However, if a woman and male decide to have sex with each other and there's a
Mm-hmm.
baby in the outcome and they both consent to the sex,
Mm-hmm.
that is their fault as far as creating this baby, not the baby's fault. So you should be
Right.
taking care of that responsibility. If you didn't want to have children, you shouldn't have had sex.
Okay. I have a question.
Hmm.
So, because let's just say how you said if it's rape, then it should be okay. If it's not rape and you just decided to have a kid or have sex, you should just still have your kid. But what about those unfit parents? You're forcing a child. Oh, it could be a grown ass woman. It could be a grown ass woman. You're forcing this person to have a kid because, well, you shouldn't have been laying down and opening your legs, and now this is quote unquote your punishment, your child. What about those kids though? Nobody thinks about the unfit parents. Nobody thinks about the Kaylee. What's her name? Casey Anthony. Nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about. So I watch a lot of cases and a lot of
Yes,
stuff. There's so many cases of children getting killed, getting hurt in very nasty, horrible ways that they should never, things that they should never experience. But
correct.
I'm gonna go a little bit further. What about those kids that, and I'm glad that the person that's here is here. And hopefully I'm not saying anything that, is triggering or nothing like that. But what about those kids that, get to be born? Their parents still don't fucking want them for whatever reason or can't have them. They get put into foster care. They get, they're put into homes and or not even that. They just get put out or like just live on the streets. What about those kids? Why why force somebody that already said I'm not fit to be a mother or you can already tell they're not fit to be a mother? What about those kids?
Um,
Why
I,
punish them?
I
I'll
wouldn't
take it from here,
say
Cole.
okay.
Thank you.
Um, yes, the second scenario you described is me. Um,
Hmm.
my mother and I was the only people that were in foster care. Um, the reason how I ended up in there, it's a very complex reason, but to put it
Hmm.
simply, you can say I was a very troublesome young man when I was in public school, and my grandmother at the time was raising, I believe, five of us in a single household.
Yeah.
My mother had gotten arrested smuggling some drugs from my stepfather, and that's how I got to live with my grandmother. And so I was removed from my grandmother's care going into the fifth grade. Um, and I remained in foster care from the time I was 10 till I was legally enough to sign myself out at 18.
Mm.
And so my mom became a mother at 15 years old.
Mhm.
Half of my mother's life to this day was revolved around prostitution. And
Mhm.
her story was, she was dealing with this man, and one thing led to another. Um, there was an allegation in there in the story, and that's how I came to be. And
Mhm.
I would believe that till years later, I took my ancestry test, and some more things started to develop along the way. But one thing that troubled me to this very day is when she came out and said this, and I addressed this publicly in front of my sister and her boyfriend at the time. I came out and I said I made a statement, and she came out and her reply was, "How would you feel if I was to tell you that you look like the nigga that raped me?"
Yikes.
And at 36, that will forever stay with me throughout the rest of my life. Because my mother was an unfit mother. My mother was on drugs. My mom lived most of her life in the streets and involved with prostitutes and all of this and that. And unfortunately, her kid, her only son, out of four, I got these sisters, um, ended up in that situation. I ended up homeless. Um, I never got addicted to drugs. I was in a gang. I was also in a gang life for many years, and I struggled. Like I was telling Cole about a month ago. I lied myself going through a mental health program so that way I can get out of the streets. And I lied through the entire program. I seen a lot of the things that they was doing with these people and how some of these programs was pocketing clients' money. Um, yeah, that's how um, I came to be. And so the to this day, my mom and I have a very rocky relationship, and the reason why my relationship works with her is because I don't talk to her as often. I don't go see her as often. I don't try to get as close to her because we're both Libras. She was born October 9th. I was born at 12th. So
Mm.
that already puts us, you know, uh,
Same
past.
zodiac.
Yeah.
Mhm. So I just wanted to add this real quick. So with the mindset of going back to the abortion, if
Mhm.
if his mother had the same mindset of getting an abortion, we would not be talking to Kay Holiday to this day.
And I was about to go into that. I'm very happy that you're here. I'm happy that I don't even know if that was an option for her or if that option was brought up to her. However, again, I am super happy that you are here, that we're able to speak with you and um, have these conversations. I just met you, but um, I'll tell you that in private. In privacy, once we're not streaming, but
Yeah.
like you know what I'm saying. I've learned to appreciate who you are, and I'm learning still who you are. But again, I appreciate you, and I'm very happy that you're here. But again, I want to talk to little you, going through all this shit that you went through, and I'm sure there's way more that you can't really speak on right now or won't. It's just stuff that's more private. But again, speaking to that child, speaking to that young man that was going through all these struggles, like I'm gonna ask you that question again. Do you think that the whole abortion thing should be a choice? Because, and again, going back to what your mom said, you look just like the person who hurt me. That's awful.
Mhm.
And I'm sure it's awful to you, it's awful to her, and it's just stuff like it's just you know what I'm saying? I don't even know how a child could deal without, let alone her deal without, let alone a child or even a 36-year-old man being told that the fact that you still carry that and you probably hear that in your mind all the time. Like, how do you feel about it?
About abortion.
I don't believe in it, and the reason why I don't believe in it is because my mother did have a choice,
Mm,
and because my mother didn't believe in abortion, that's the reason I'm here 36 years later.
Mhm.
The only issue that I have with that is you shouldn't use as an excuse because all of a sudden you are a failed parent, and not only are you a failed parent, you are a failed grandparent. You have grandchildren that you
mhm.
barely have children. You barely see my daughter. My daughter's the youngest one out of 7 other kids.
Mhm.
Wow.
Um, but you shouldn't have to use all of that to as a crutch to be like, yo,
Mhm.
I'm these things happen because I'm this way. Yeah, a lot of things happen to each and every one of us, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have to remain that way. I
Yeah.
could have
Right.
still been whatever I was doing, but life, had other options. I took other paths. Yeah, a lot of the paths, most of the paths that I took were unorthodox. But if I didn't make those decisions, I wouldn't be where I am right now. I wouldn't be who I am right
Mhm.
now.
Correct.
So I'm against it because I'm against it simply because my mother was also against it. And to her credit, that is the reason I'm here today. But and
Mhm.
also I paid a price. I paid the price for her
Right.
keeping me. My mother never raised me.
Mhm.
And um the government and foster care raised me. My mother never raised me. Other family members raised me. I'll give you this quick story. So when my mother was younger and she was out there doing drugs, um, they had put me in with this. She was a family friend, and back in the days, it wasn't called ACS; it was called BCW. So when BCW gave this lady a check for me to take care of me, she called BCW and she told BCW, I can't have him in my home, and they removed me from her home after she got that check. She got that check from the
Wow.
government. Yeah,
Mhm. So she used to basically to get
yeah,
money
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
or some bullshit probably. So then, so
That
then,
happens a lot.
so what you're telling me is you. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'm over here taking person
No,
of your whole
continue.
thing.
I'm not gonna stop you. Go.
Oh, I was just gonna say like so. You are against it, but you okay? So you are against abortion. However, are you pro-choice?
I am pro-choice because my mother was
There you go.
pro-choice.
There you go.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where I would agree.
yes.
Same.
At least put the
I feel
choice
like
out there.
yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think. And again, I'm sorry that that was your story, but not every story goes like that. So I really, and I just brought this up just again, so we can have the conversation. It's good to have these conversations. You have a young daughter, beautiful little girl. You know what I'm saying? Not that that will happen. You know what I'm saying? But I'm probably gonna my nieces, nephews, and stuff like that. We have to talk about these things because not everybody has the same story. There is a bunch of kids that went into foster care and their life was different. There's a lot of women that went and they got raped and stuff like that. And their kids were never taken away from them. They had a they whatever they went through, they made a different choice after. And their lives changed and their kids therefore their life is different. So I think it's very much a choice um to allow girls or women to to do whatever they want with their body. I don't like the fact that the government is trying to make it like they're trying to demonize women when they are wanting to abort a child because it's their body, their choice, their situation, their kid at the end of the day. Like, why would you force it on somebody if you, at the end of the day, and I'm talking about the government, they're not going to take care of the kids? There's not a lot of places that foster parents that are good. They don't. A lot of these people that are fostering kids don't even have the right. They don't even have the right. It's not the documents, but they don't even really research these people, and you don't even know where you're putting these kids, and they just care about the money. A lot of them are like that. They only care about the money, and they just treat the kids like whatever.
And you know, it's crazy. I signed myself out of foster care when I was 18. So I was up there from 10 to 18. I've been through many different cottages. The cottages start from young all the way to IL. IL is called independent living, and IL is the cottage where the oldest kids on the
Mm,
campus live. I started from a cottage called DC1 Diagnostic Center. Cottage 9 was adolescent. From cottage 9, I went to cottage 20. I left when I came back, I landed in Cottage 8. Cottage 8 was still young. I went to Cottage 7. At the time, I was about 17. I wound up going to IL, and after IL, I went home, and things started happening from there. But think about this: I was in a foster care till I was 18.
mm.
I got a stipend when you sign yourself out of foster care at the time. You get a stipend. My stipend was for $750 after spending 8 years with them.
Wow,
Yes.
that's
And
crazy.
half of the kids I was with, unfortunately, half of them are dead. Half of them, some of them committed murder, some of them got killed, some of them just. And these are people I grew up with within the
Hmm.
system. When
Hmm.
when when the youth are not, when you don't take your time and you speak to these kids who are struggling, some of us with mental health, some of us are really struggling. You don't and you let them do what they want to do. These are going to be the end results of this
Yeah,
at the end of the day because we don't have no guys. We was up there doing what we wanted to do. We was
what y'all wanted to do because these people did not care. They
we
didn't
was up there.
care to teach you anything.
We was up there selling drugs. We was up there sleeping with staff. We
That's
was doing what we
awful.
wanted to do. We was doing what we wanted to do, and this was the end result. This was the end result of all of that. I was one of the few that I can sit there, say right here on this call, and say, I'm happy to have been able to make it to where I'm at right now. The last person I spoke to that was a foster kid with me, true story, he was in my apartment many, many years ago, and I was just talking to him, regular conversation. At the time, he was living in a shelter with his son. He brought his son over. We went out to play basketball, and as I'm walking with him, he's describing his situation with the mother of his child, right?
Mm.
Little do you know, about a week and a half, 2 weeks later, he goes to visit her in the Bronx. They get into an argument and he kills her. And that was
Wow,
that was all over the news. And that was all over the news. His name was Kyrie Borden, and her name was
I
Jasmine
probably heard
Gonzalez.
about that. That's
Yes, that
awful.
was in the Bronx. Yes, and I was the last person I seen Kyrie before that happened.
Man,
Yes,
and that's the stuff that I don't know. Sometimes the more I think about it, it's like, man, just to have people that care. Um, I want to be. I love children. I love teaching. Um, One thing I want to be able to do, when I have money, because I know I will, and I know I'm going to be able to do it. But when that time comes, I want to be able to create spaces for foster kids. You know what I'm saying, and be able to have them in a safe, truly safe space. Um, Teach them the values that I learned from my parents, my grandparents, the people that were there to help raise me and stuff like that. I just feel like all these kids deserve a fair chance at life without so much struggle. Because at the end of the day, you did not ask to be here. You didn't. So why why you have to hurt just because of again, and I'm happy your mom made that decision, but why do you have to hurt? Because not although she made that decision to keep you, she did not make the decision to get better and to be a good mom. She did not make that decision. So I want to be able to create those spaces where these kids can not only be saved, they can get education, they can get the works in order for them, once they're 18, they're able to sign themselves out like you did. They or it's time for them to go. They're able to actually live a life just like anybody else. They deserve that too. You all do deserve that.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of us, after we come out of the system, we end up homeless. Some of us end up in mental health facilities. Some of us end up strung out on drugs. I can't say for sure. I was very fortunate um, to end up in a place that I did, although the way that I did was unorthodox. I
Hmm.
it was a way
I'm
for me
glad
to
you
say,
lied. Not gonna lie to you.
yeah, yeah, I did that for a reason, and I don't regret it. I don't regret doing it because that's honestly speaking, that's what's kept me alive all of these years. Yeah, that's what kept me alive all these years, and I'm happy to say I'm able to raise a 4-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
She looks everything like me, and also she looks everything like my mother. So every time that I look at my daughter, not only as a reflection of me as a father, but it reminds me a lot of my mother.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, even though my mother went through what she went through, I don't hold anything against her because the biggest lesson my mother taught me is how to live without her.
Hmm.
And I'm thankful that she taught me that lesson because I've been doing fine without her all of these years, and my daughter is going to be the biggest reflection of that of my mother's legacy. Not so much me, but my daughter's legacy is gonna be attached to that. So yeah,
Love that.
Wow,
Ooh, ooh.
man, it's nice to sit back and listen at times. It's
Huh?
nice to sit back and just listen at times.
Isn't it?
Little mommy just took over. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
No, don't
But
apologize. Please don't.
these are things that I am passionate about. I don't
I
speak about
know.
them.
That's
I
what I'm
don't think
saying.
you've
Go.
ever heard me
This
talk
is
about
this is the time to do so. Like this is
it.
why I, at night rather come over on this side to the YouTube world and speak on things like this.
Yes, thank you for
holiday,
allowing the space for us to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
holiday will come.
You know, you know what I'm saying?
Holiday will
To
come.
make it more
Okay.
happy holiday.
And
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy holiday.
happy holiday, Coco.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever expressed that to you, baby, but like I am passionate to help our youth. I just feel like
You have
we need
before.
we
Remember
need
I
so
told you brought up the idea about, you starting a school in DR. You wanted to.
yeah. Hmm. I think we need it. It's necessary. It really is necessary. In DR, we have the same fucking issues, y'all. Like
I
the
know
last
that's
time
why
I
I
went
see
to
y'all
DR,
as brothers and sisters. We pretty much
yeah,
go through same shit.
same shit, bro. Like last time I went to DR, these are little girls, and I'm talking about little girls younger than me that I grew up with. Like literally saw them grow up, and I went back. 3 kids? What? 4? What? Like, what is going on? And these girls are still in the same barrio, doing the same shit, and their little kids are just. I see their kids as I used to see them, just running the streets like no guidance, because their mom is a child and don't have any guidance. And that girl's mom on drugs and shit like that, asking me for money. You know what I'm saying? It's just like we have to take care of our kids. And I say our kids because every kid is my kid. Like I wish I could just take all of them and just take care of every kid on the world that just needs the love. It's just because I don't want to see any more of our kids when they get older get killed, go to jail, and waste their whole fucking life while these other people are just taking advantage of them. And by these people, I'm talking about white people. the
Yeah.
government and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm so sick of that. I'm sick of it. So fucking sick of it.
Me
It
too.
makes me angry to the point I don't even know how to express how angry it makes me to just continue to see these kids just waste their life and nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares.
No,
Yeah, no.
that's honestly like a big thing. Even like I said, we both pretty much share a lot of the same similarities when it comes to um governmental issues. Um, I'll speak more on the American side as far as like the African descent people from America. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it is very frustrating when a lot of our young men and young women, the only role models that they have is people who are, I'll speak more on the males, like the drug dealers that's up the street. They see them with the nice Benz, they see them with all this stuff, like, and they are the ones raising these kids. Like, whenever that their mother may be out, doing whatever she's doing to try to keep a household, and
Mm-hmm.
who knows what the father's doing. Whenever they're in situations like that, they look for other people. They look for love in others,
Mm-hmm.
and it's sad that a lot of times that these drug dealers and people like that are raising our sons like right in our own faces, and we sit here and be like, well, why is black on black crime so high? Why is, we ask all these questions, and ultimately we still have to look at ourselves at why it's to this
Mm-hmm.
point. Like, we can't always sit here and blame a Caucasian man for our own issues.
Mm-hmm.
We still have to be able to take responsibility. One thing I like to point out is I look on the internet, I can look up many different organizations for young black girls, whether if it's for assault, sexual assault, all types of different things, programs for young girls to go through. I don't see a lot of stuff like that for our young men. How come there's not enough organizations for our young boys?
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that is, it's like I can only keep talking about it because by the end of the day, I,
There's so
I'm
much you
not a
can do.
man. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't, there's certain things that they're not gonna sit there and they're not gonna have that type of, how can I say, like, respect level. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? For to lead some type of organization like that, that needs to be done by a male. Just like when it comes to these females having these type of groups, like most of those are led by females.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I just really want our men to really start stepping up
Start
more.
worrying about the wrong stuff.
Yeah, like, please. Like, we got all these guys being
Young
raised by
man.
these, yeah, like, going to rap and all that stuff. Like, we got enough rappers out here, bro. We
We don't
got
need no
enough
more,
of
and we don't
them.
want
Like,
anymore.
no, seriously. Like, we have enough.
Let us
Can
breathe.
can we get some, can we please get some electricians, some plumbers, some
Okay,
carpenters,
okay,
doctors?
some freaking
And when you
uh,
do become a doctor,
Janet
please don't leave the people and start living next door to Suzanne and fucking Mark and
and Katie.
Dustin. Yeah, like, we still need y'all in the hood too.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can't keep leaving us behind. Like, shit
You
like
know,
that really be, it just, stuff like that is
um,
what really gets to me, honestly.
Look, if we as a people don't care about one another, we can't
there we
expect
go. I was about to
somebody
say
else
that.
to. So that's
I feel
that's
like we
the
just don't care.
that's the
People
truth of
just
the
don't
matter.
care.
We yeah, we don't care about our well being or
Mm-hmm.
anything. We can't expect for somebody else to give a
Yep.
flying fuck. We know
Clock
we
it.
fuck. That's just the
Clock
truth.
it. pocket. I always hear baby saying, "Oh, but we need our men to do this." I I heard you earlier. I think just because I was working and I wasn't listening to everything. I heard you. You know, I think you said Michael Jordan or whoever it was can create their own NBA. Have their he don't give a fuck about none of that. So yes, he's going to stay where he's at because
Yeah, I was talking about
at the end of the day, he doesn't care about it. You know what it is. It's enough for him to sign a check once a year with a donation. That's enough.
and
That's enough
like
for
I
him.
said, and even real quick, just to say this, because sometimes I feel like our people give the praise to the wrong people. You know, everybody was celebrating, you know, clapping. Oh, LeBron, he got a school, but they
Hmm.
don't talk about the ins and outs. He doesn't. That's still like, in a sense, like a
He don't
treated
know
like a
nothing about.
part. Yeah, like he don't. He's not involved in that
Absolutely not.
school. Like the government is pretty much taking over that shit. Like
Hmm.
they
Yep.
got a Caucasian teacher telling them what African history is about. Like
Not
what the
even
fuck?
that. It's just
Like
like it's not
it's
led
gonna be
by
diluted.
people that care.
That too,
They
and
don't give
their
a
numbers
fuck.
are very not too good as far as like passing and stuff like that of certain
Mm-mm.
grades or
No, because they're more
whatever.
worried about telling them what to do than teaching them what to do.
And that's another
Teachers don't
thing.
teach.
We need more black male teachers. Shout
Hmm.
out to Quint G. I know a lot of people may not know who he is, but he's a guy that I've been following him for a minute. I've chopped it up with him multiple times. We've had multiple conversations up here, even in like you know, in the Discord. I've had him on a panel type thing when I was doing the "You Can't Sit with Us" vibes and stuff. He was up here. Shout out to him. He's actually somebody who just got their masters as an educator, black
Oh,
male.
nice.
Yeah, shout out to him for doing that. Like stuff like that. We don't praise our brothers enough for doing things like that too. When they
Mm.
do, you know what I'm saying, take that step.
No, because it seems as wag just because he's not a rapper
But
or
yeah,
not outside doing dumb shit.
yeah, with the kind of mentality we have, y'all would rather support the
Mhm.
OnlyFans CEO, the CEO of OnlyFans. Y'all would rather support that platform though. And
Clock it.
I bet what a lot of them they didn't know is that the OnlyFans CEO is a woman.
Mhm. Clock it.
Mm.
One time for
Hello.
the one time. Hmm.
I want to support her real fast. She just made 21.1 I think million or something like that.
Yikes.
And content creation. Y'all support her though.
Yikes.
Mm, mm, mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Remember, you're on stream, so they can hear you streaming on YouTube, so they can hear your voice. Say it again. Say it again.
Oh, I can't hear him.
That's my brother.
I couldn't
Oh,
hear him. He was
What
really
did he
far.
say? Yeah, he was.
Come on, bro. Speak up. We gotta hear you over here.
they streaming.
Mm.
I tell you. Hmm. We're worried about. I feel like it's just so much that we can talk about. There's so much we can dream about. The people that can do it don't care to do it, and and
You said the
uh,
owner is a
the
woman
owner,
or the CEO?
CEO.
Oh, okay. I was about to say because I was like, I don't think the owner is the CEO. Okay.
I know it ain't. I know it ain't the stallion. Okay, sorry.
I'm
Um,
crying.
I'm sorry. It's your girl. I feel like the people that can do it just don't care enough, and until
They
and then
scared.
I also
They
don't think
scared too.
that No, it's not really about being scared. Again, I just don't feel like people care enough. I think that also, when it comes to once people can do it, I just feel like every man for themselves. Um, I have yet to meet someone that actually keeps their promises. And until that happens, we're going to be in the same situation. Because there's a lot of us that come up there, and there will continue to be. But until people care enough to really just follow through with what they say they will do and not be so egocentric and so always just thinking about thyself, we would never
Individualism.
change. Hmm?
I said, yeah, and have an individualism mindset.
Yeah, it's too
Um,
much. And I feel
yeah,
like that this country, this community, this world is just it's just like that. It's just I don't want to say it is what it is, but like like how can you not? It's disappointing just to keep seeing shit just not change and empty promises, and that's all they do. That's all.
mm-mm-mm. Yep, that's pretty much in the realm of politicians. They just tell you how much they're gonna do, but never actually do it.
Right.
Yep, sick of that shit. Sick of it.
Look at this shit.
Oh man. Oh, Jacka said he in the Discord. Oh shit. How long he's been
I
sitting
know
here?
it ain't. I know it ain't
Oh
Jada.
fuck.
He's so
I
thick.
think I missed it.
Oh dang it.
Damn it, Jacka. You should have said something in the chat for the YouTube thing instead of my phone. Yeah, that's really our main problem though, Jacka, is the fact that we don't talk. Like we don't have group meetings. Like you know how like the United Nations they got these big ass
You know,
large
like the
meetings and shit.
KKK, they be doing their own meetings. Why we can't have
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that ass? I'm not even trying to be funny.
no,
Like
you're it's
for real.
right.
Like, mm-mm. It's
Like
upsetting.
shit. No, it really is. Because my thing is, I mean, I do know some people who do have these type of conversations with our people and stuff. But the problem is they get so wrapped up of debating with each other of who's right and who's wrong instead of actually trying to fix problems and come up with solutions.
Mm,
I think that's
right.
one of the major issues when it comes to that. Because, like I said, I've been in rooms, so I've heard it. But they do
Yeah.
have these type
Well,
of meetings.
they
Some
do, but again, no one cares enough to make anything happen.
right.
They can have the meetings. We're having a meeting right now, but we can't do anything about it, and they just won't do anything about it. So it's the same thing. Don't have
Yeah.
the meetings. It's unnecessary. It's a waste of time. I'm not trying to be rude or mean about it, but it is.
All right,
That's what it
y'all.
is.
Y'all heard us, so let's wrap it up.
No, no. The point of the meeting is if nothing is going to happen, nothing is going to come out of it. And I'm not talking about us, of course. I'm saying about those people that you're talking about that you've been in the
Yeah.
rooms. Them rooms are full of people just BSing each other. Like, y'all not doing shit about it. Why the hell y'all have me here for an hour, 2, 3 days? This stupid ass conventions that y'all not gonna care about enough to just make it happen. Shut up. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your breath for nothing.
Y'all heard her.
Sorry,
Shut
it
up.
makes me mad. It's upsetting me and my homegirls, honestly.
I know. I know. Fuck them homegirls though. Oh man. Ugh. I Like I said, we always seem to circle all the way back to something deep like this.
Because we're passionate about it.
We are. That we are. Is there
Yeah.
any other thing you wanted to speak on? That was actually a good thing
Me?
to talk about. Yeah.
Oh, I like scary stuff. We can talk about that.
Oh God.
It's spooky season.
Oh no, no, no.
Oh, you guys, you guys are scared.
Me no scared. Me just
Mm,
engaged
interesting.
as of
What
right
you
now.
scared of? What you scared of?
Who's scared?
Somebody scared of something.
Yeah.
What you scared of over there? Hmm?
Don't make me get my
The,
9
What you
the
scared of?
canine.
millimeter.
What you scared of over there?
I was scared.
What scared? You about to go to a haunted house tomorrow? What you mean?
I want a haunted house. My house is a haunted house. Let me stop.
Your house that you live in right now?
I told you, I
Bullshit.
feel like there's a ghost in my room.
Bullshit. It's not.
I don't know.
Bullshit.
I be hearing shit.
Bullshit.
I always wanted to live in a haunted house
Why the hell would you want to live in one?
because I'm a spooky girl and
Can
nothing
I
scared me.
I
can I
swear, she
ask
cast spells on me. I promise you,
Yeah.
she did.
can
Holiday,
I
she
ask
did it.
can I ask
No.
a question? Can I ask both of y'all a question?
Uh huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And y'all opinion, why don't relationships last longer than a year?
Mm. Nowadays,
Nowadays, yes.
because
2020.
people get bored.
Why? We get bored.
Because it's not
Um,
toxic enough.
Not only that, um, there is no
Real love.
really getting to know each other. There's no deep connections. I feel like we are so now just like, well, if you can't do this and this and that, then I'm leaving. Like there's no compromising. There is no persevering. There's not choosing each other every day. Like, do you really think I was gonna say, do you think I love my siblings? I do. I do love them. But like I choose them every day. Like you have to choose who you're with every day. And I just feel like people don't like each other enough to do that anymore.
Or even think about their partner. Like, simply just
No.
sometimes asking them a question. Like, if you're not sure about something, hey, how do you feel about this? Should I do XYZ?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, get their perspective on something, or
Mm-hmm.
get how they feel about something before you just jump and do something.
Yeah. Because again, people don't care about each other. It's me, 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 me. Self, 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 self. A lot of people sometimes that's why cheating happens. Like you're not thinking about you hurting that person. You're just thinking about you doing something in the moment with someone. And yeah. And also because it's fun apparently and it's cool to cheat and to have multiple partners and yeah, it's like it's idolized when it comes to relationships. Like just because everybody sees that in social media, all these artists and shit that be going through dumb stuff, but it's just yeah, the toxicity and all that is just idolized nowadays.
So and asking that question, I want to have a real moment. Us three, us fucking my brothers here. Royalty, do you? Uh, I don't want to ask your age, but for the next
Mhm.
25 years of your life, do you see
Mhm.
yourself being? Do you see yourself being with somebody for the next 25 years? Waking up to them day in and day out, having to deal with that sorry ass soggy sex, whatever
I'm
your
about to
preference,
say, hold on now, sugar.
whatever your
I was
preference
gonna
is.
say fucking tits. Not gonna.
I thought he was gonna say that too.
No. Your age right now. Do you see
Mhm.
yourself giving up your next 25 years to be with this person? Do you see
I
that for
do.
you right now? You do?
Yes, I do. I I want to say I've always dreamed about um my life and being with my partner, whoever I end up with. I've always wanted to. It sounds weird. I've always wanted to be a mom and a wife. Always.
Mm.
And yeah, I choose that over than me just being alone.
Hey, Cole, I'll ask you the same question, but I'm gonna add one other thing to that. So the same question, but what I want to add to that is, do you see yourself stuck in the same old saggy titties for the next 30 years? Look, don't at me. I'm just asking a question.
Ugly saggy titties.
I'm crying.
Don't at me.
Um,
I'm asking a serious question. You're 30 years old. Do you see your? Would you? Are you willing to give up the next 25 years to be with this person right now, 2025?
I say as of now, yes, but if you would have asked me this question 3 months ago, I would have been like, nah.
Mm,
Um, I felt like for like the longest time, the relationships I came across, I felt like my feelings were always higher than the person that I deal with. Yes, I said deal with. Um,
Not beat it. She said,
yeah,
I
deal
mean,
with.
yeah.
okay, don't.
uh, I felt like I'm always the one that goes above and beyond to either correct myself or just consider how who I'm dating or talking to their feelings and sometimes push mine aside. Um, I make a lot of sacrifices, not only in relationships, like a romantic relationship, but also outside of that too. So because I had that type of spirit within me, I always felt like I get the short end of the stick in relationships. I have not yet experienced any type of cheating. Hopefully, I never do because I'll probably kill a motherfucker if they try it. But that's not the point. Um,
Hold on now.
but anywho, um, I feel like now because I'm a lot older, I'm in my 30s. It's time for me more to like really settle in with my life and be like, hey, if I end up getting married, I just fucking end up getting that. Like, but there's no pressure, there's no type of force thing. I'm gonna just let it flow. If I feel like the time is right, then the time will be right. Um, there it's just a lot of things in my life that I've changed. A lot of perspectives that I used to have, I no longer do. Um, I used to tell myself I'll never move in with anybody before I marry them. Um, Now I second guess myself on that because of so many situations that I've seen where people don't really know how the person that they're dating, what their cleaning habits are, what are their habits are in general, like how they take care of the house and stuff like that, cooking, all that stuff. Like they don't know that beforehand. So I'm a lot more willing to, like I said, experience that, um, so I can see if it works out for me. And not to just completely exit out. Because normally I used to be like, nope, not doing it. Nope. But just being more open.
I I can agree because it seems to me like you're confident in who you are. You're starting to get a chance to get to know you a little bit more better each and every day. You're willing to continue working on that and on just being a great person overall. So um, you have a lot to bring to the table, and so does whoever you're dealing with have a lot to bring. And when you hear that, that sounds like a recipe for success. It all depends on the way you decide to maneuver through whatever circumstances you decide to come across. That being said, I have one more question to ask. How do you feel about me potentially becoming a pastor? Listen,
That's the holiday.
Pastor
yes,
Holiday,
yes,
you
yes,
for real?
No, Reverend Holiday.
yes, yes.
You're for real, for real?
Uh, wait, look, not too much on. Look,
No, no.
Oh
You guys, I had to ask this man because like I say, I'm still getting to know him, but I know a guy.
my God.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
he's
to
very
ask him,
comical with a straight face.
yeah,
there's one
like
out there. Yeah,
I like that about him. It's no
I'm,
problem.
I'm studying to become a pastor.
If that's something that you actually are pursuing, um, Holiday, yes. I feel
Well,
like
I feel like both of y'all. I feel like both of y'all are trying to hold back your laughter. It's okay. Look, be
no,
yourself.
no, I'm not.
Hey,
I'm
look,
really
I
not.
know you on that shit, but she doesn't.
No,
All right, right.
I'm really not. I laugh. I'm laughing because you're making me laugh. I think that,
I
but
for it. Why you
no,
laughing?
I don't even think you need to be a pastor. I feel like
Okay.
you just being you, like you are, um, you're
Hallelujah.
comfortable. Uh,
Oh,
You're comfy, if that makes sense. Like I feel comfortable. I don't think it has to be in a religious way, but like even a counselor or something like that.
amen.
Yeah, I really do feel like you are able to bring something to the table that these fake ass effing pastors are out there doing. And
She said thick
Yes,
ass,
fake,
Patrick.
fake.
Patrick.
thick.
I said
Okay.
fake,
Yes.
fake ass.
Okay, I was about to say
Yes.
thick ass
Right,
passes.
right.
I mean,
I
Amen.
mean,
Amen.
some of them
uh,
you think, you know what I'm
yeah,
talking
some of
about?
them are. Hey,
I mean, hey.
shit, definitely
You
pegging in the
ain't
back of
trying
the
to
bus.
look at Jacka. I mean, what?
You know
Hey,
what?
Jacker. Think, think Pastor Jacker. Think Pastor Jacker.
Yeah.
Yep.
He
It's
probably like,
crazy.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
That is
See?
crazy.
See, Coach, who believes me? Why can't you believe me? Royalty believes me. Why can't you believe me? They be your own people,
I'm
y'all.
not
Chat.
I
finna
mean,
do
that's what
this
I'm
with
saying. Like,
you.
if you
No,
really
I'm not
are
finna
going,
do. No.
What?
I don't believe it or leave it, but like, if he wanted to, he could do
Look,
something of the sort, I should
yeah,
say.
the tables are turning on me, y'all. The tables are turning on me.
It
Seriously,
sure
man.
is. So I'm gonna turn them all the way over.
Sure, because
Crazy
he
work.
played too much, y'all. On YouTube. Don't believe nothing he be saying.
No, seriously.
Pastor Holiday, okay?
No,
All right.
Right,
no.
right, right. I
Reverend.
don't even think that's part of, who you are.
Reverend
Like
Holiday.
your beliefs, I should say.
Mm.
Mm.
Look, oh, she's learning you.
Of
But
course.
yeah, I'm starting to become a pastor. Yes.
Right,
Hmm.
Yeah.
right, right,
Yeah.
Yeah, we
right.
love to see that.
I
Yeah, I don't.
actually, I wanted to be in a convent at
All
some
right.
point in my life.
I think he gonna be like the next Mace.
Next what?
Hold on. Hold on. You can't say that. Hold on. You can't say that because you're a
Uh,
pastor yourself. Exactly. You're a pastor yourself. See?
I know,
okay.
right?
See? We got to support one another. Support one another. Okay. Okay. We got to support one another.
I'm crying.
I'm up and
He
coming.
said, "Hold on." Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Okay. Hey, nobody's in the chat for us pastors. Okay.
No,
I'm up and
seriously.
coming, y'all. Look.
Pastor
I'm up
Coach
and
Holiday.
That's
Yes.
right. That's right. I'm up and coming. I ain't there yet. Give me some time. Give me
I'm
some time.
crying. You're so annoying.
I ain't there yet.
When I tell you,
So sick.
it's never a dull day with holiday. Hey, that should be like a tag. It's never a dull day with holiday. I'm
That
telling you.
actually goes
Put it
together.
on a t-shirt.
That sounds like a slogan.
It does. I'm telling you.
I'm up and coming, y'all. Okay.
Here we
Cole's a real
go.
Cole's a real pastor here. You know, I'm learning from her, and I'm learning from
Right,
the best of them. Mm-hmm.
right. Right.
Yeah. Let the congregation congregate.
Okay. Hello
You know what I'm
now.
saying? Now let's open up our books too. Now let me stop.
What? What? The whole sermon?
Oh,
W.
Oh,
Not the book. Hold on.
man, we can sit
what
here and
the
talk all
fucker?
day. Oh
Not
shit,
for
not
real.
the Faka.
What the fuck, yeah?
What the
Man,
fuck?
that
What's
is.
beside you?
That I told him that needs to be his saying, like some type of intro when people come into his streams.
Yes. Like I literally say that all the time. No.
Nah, seriously. Mm-hmm.
What the
Yes.
fuck? I'll be back,
W.
What
y'all.
the Faka?
W. W stream. Hello. W.
W.
Yeah, that's it for YouTube.
Shit. I mean, I can still go on. I'm not
Yeah.
tired or nothing. I mean, it's up to you
No.
though.
No. We good. Trust me, we good. I'm here. I'm
Shit,
here. We
let's
good.
go then. Um, I was doing some research this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and are you familiar? I'm pretty sure you are familiar though with the so the European Jews. They also not only do they go with the by the Tanakh, okay, which is the Torah, aka the Hebrew scriptures, right? They also go by the Talmud, which is like a collection of books. That's
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about. So the other day, excuse me, this morning while I was reading over a certain scripture that I came across, um, I often think about somebody like in this particular situation where Drake, right? His mother is a Jew and his father, is from here, or whatever. And one of the, I'll say, biggest, what's the word I'm looking for? The like controversy that the European Jews face is like their thoughts of how they feel about black people. Do they consider us as like Gentiles? What do they consider us as? The quote unquote black people from America. How do they view us in that aspect? And
Well,
to take it a step further, also why does it seem like whenever we speak in a sense of claiming that they are false Jews in a way, or
mm,
not the real Jews, why do
right.
they then become like defensive and start to put this campaign of, you know, um, what's that campaign that they did during Kyrie's situation? No hate against us or some shit like that. Some,
Yes.
you know what I'm
Yes.
talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why can't we have conversations without them looking like we hate them?
I mean, before we begin to converse and actually get to have an intellectual conversation, I must begin to ask this question, because once I begin to ask this question, then we can get into the real topic. So I want to start off by asking this question: when we discussing the Hebrew scriptures, right? When we discuss the Hebrew scriptures, I want to ask: are they meant to be taken literally, symbolically, or historically? And once we get to pick out of those options, then we can begin to navigate and drive the point we're trying to drive. Because you did bring up the Hebrew scriptures.
Correct.
So I'm going to ask, are they meant to be taken literally, symbolically, or historically? How do we go? How do we want to approach
Honestly, I
this?
think it depends on what scripture you're reading. Honestly, all three.
Okay. If you're talking about the Tanakh, then once again, the question remains the same. Is it meant to be taken literally, symbolically, or historically?
My answer remains the same. It really depends on what scripture you're reading.
Okay. So let's go from a point of literally, right? Not literacy. We're talking the word literally. Um, so go back to what you was referring to, which was what? What was the last thing you said? They make it
Oh,
so
let's
hard
talk
for,
about the huh?
yeah. You said, do they make it so hard for us to get along, or something
Like
to
it was
that?
more in the sense of like why do they view us as if we're one of the questions was why do they view us as like in a sense like Gentiles or basically people, who are non Jews. Why do they view us as like that? Like we're not, you know, um the people that are actually mentioned in the Bible. Like we're not a part of that.
Because in the back of their minds, we're not equal. Although, although, um, the Muslims and the Jews share some of the same beliefs, but according to their logic, we're not of equal, and that's the reason why we're not allowed to be in the same conversation as them because they don't view us as such in such a way. Just like I'll take it a step further, they don't believe they believe Jesus was a false prophet. That's what they believe in. They don't believe he's the Messiah. So if y'all don't believe he's the Messiah, he's a prophet, then who do y'all believe was according to your faith?
Then I gotta ask this question too. So, are they the people who are responsible for killing Jesus?
I would say yes, yes, because from what I remember and reading text and all of that, he was a Jew, and the Romans killed him. Well, why did they kill him? Why did they kill him? The Romans had something to do with that, but why? Why did he die? And guess what? That's a question they themselves can't even answer. He's one of your own. Why did he pass away? Why did he die?
Hmm. That's what makes me feel like these same people that claim, like European Jews, that claim that they are, you know, the real Jews and stuff like that. I be feeling like some of them are actually descendants of those Romans
Yes.
because, like, there's no way you can like go around and start claiming that he's not the Messiah, like, and you consider yourself a real Jew. Like, I don't, I don't think that coexist. Something is
Look,
wrong.
here's here's what I take from that. If the ancient Hebrews were dark-skinned people of African descendants, why has the world accepted a European image of the Jew?
Hmm.
If this was the case, once again, we're asking the right questions and they're not giving the right answers. Because I debate for a living, sister. My brothers know that. I've debated a lot of people on this topic, and I have never, even to this day, have gotten a clear answer with what I just asked. Yeah. But that's why I said what I said. If the ancient Hebrews were dark-skinned people of African descent, why has the world accepted the European image of the Jew? And guess what? That's a legit question.
That is.
That's a legit question. That's a legit question. I'm not asking anything wrong. And this don't got nothing to do with faith.
Yeah, you're right about that. That actually, it's crazy that we touched on this topic because, like, when I was doing some research this morning, because I used to do a lot of this, and it's pretty much like it was a refresher this morning. Um, I looked up. Hold on, let me grab it real quick. Grab this book. Hold on. Oh, okay. So just based on anatomy and how our people are, right?
Hmm.
So like I said, there's a lot of people, a lot of our people that still don't believe that these same people are, that's mentioned in biblical era and the biblical times are still, in a sense, us too. So I looked up Numbers 12:10 today, and basically, it says that Miriam was struck with leprosy, and the skin turned as white as snow. And for any people, for everybody who don't know, when it comes to leprosy, basically anybody of African descent that get hit with leprosy, their skin turns as what is described here. Now, if a Caucasian person gets hit with leprosy, their skin actually turn more into like a yellowish color tone, off white. That's what their skin turns into. So we constantly have to keep asking ourselves why do we continue to deny the facts of that these people in these scriptures are related to us? Why do we keep
Mm.
denying that? I'll take it a step further. In the Geneva Bible, the 1599 one, and Jeremiah 13:23 was actually one of the scriptures that this is why I love that Bible, because that scripture was first mentioned of the word more, and they removed that word and replaced it with Ethiopians, and
Right.
before more it was the Cushites. So all of these things we have in common, like when it comes to our people, but they continue to mess up the translation so that we can further be confused about our true identity over and over again. But like I said, man, the scriptures itself pretty much tells us who we are. We just have to find out by simply just by going by some of these old books, previous
Well,
Bibles, to understand that.
the Geneva Bible was presented, I think, in 1560. Like, that was a masterpiece when it came out. A lot of people don't like it because it challenges the Catholic authority, and
Absolutely.
it differs from the King James. Hmm.
It sure does. because
Mm-hmm.
like I said, it's really because of the language that has been used. This is why some of these Bibles they try to, not in a sense promote it to the public, and this is why they push out the King James version to the world as like the end all be all. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. I fucking hate the goddamn King James. I fucking hate that shit. Like,
I mean, yeah, you're right. 66 books. 66 books. And no one has a clear answer. 66 books.
it's so much information that's just been removed and taken out. There's so many books out there that the Catholic Church has added. You know what I mean? And as known as the Apocrypha, um, that they don't like speaking about that shit, bro. Like, it's just amazing to me how, like I said, we at this point where our people are just so fucking gullible. They just listen to any old thing. It's just like, bro, like the shit that comes out of their mouth, they they really don't even be knowing what the hell they talking about for real, for real.
And the Hebrews don't like it because if we go back and take a look at some of those notes, and you want to talk about God's imagery, and if you talk about like the arm of the Lord, ooh, they don't like that
Ooh.
because the arm of the Lord and meaning it became a metaphor of power, which in text that reduces the Hebrews incarnate intensity when it comes to these conversations. They don't like that. Never did.
Anything
And that's just
that
one aspect. That's just
anything
one
that
aspect.
pretty much promote that doesn't promote them being as quote unquote like superior in a sense, they don't want to talk about it.
Hmm.
Like I said, for years our people have been confused of our true identity, and still to this day, a lot of our people are confused about that shit. Like, it honestly that bothers me more than anything else in the world is that because like I said, I was one of those people. I didn't know none of this shit until I got older, and I had to find this shit out instead of my people teaching me. I had to go find it.
And it's funny because when you talk languages, if you know anything about what the topic of discussion, um, the Hebrew language, if you really read into it, it talks about emotion through flesh, right? Geneva, though, Geneva focuses more on the heat of the text.
Correct.
That's what people don't pay attention to.
That's what people don't want to do. Like I said, it
Hey,
involves reading. People,
yes.
like to shy away from that. I mean, me personally, I'm not too crazy about reading, but it has to be something that I truly have passion for me to want to read. And spiritual things like this has always been a passion of mine. I always like to look into like deeper research into these things. I bought so many books. I'm actually trying to invest into the Hebrew Israelites. I believe they just created their version of the Bible maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. It's not long. Every time I check their website though, it fucking sold out. But yeah, I'm gonna have to check again and see if I can get a copy. But
But the whole
I just love to have different versions of them.
the whole purpose was to preserve holiness. The goal was never to censorship anything. It was to keep the focus
Yeah.
on divine character. You know, there was no such thing as divine or any of that. That wasn't what the point of it was. It was to preserve holiness. But like you said, when people don't sit there and read it, take the time and do their research, then how you ever gonna know anything? How? It's always good
That's
to look.
true.
Always good to read because you never know.
That is so
You never
true.
know.
Like I used to be one of those people who thought that Christianity was a Hopefully, I say this term correct. Monotheistic. I think I'm probably fucking
Yes,
that up.
monotheism. Yes,
Yes.
Mono- monotheism.
Monotheism. Yes, there we go. Religion. But the more research I've done, the more I found out that it's actually poly. I think because of, like we mentioned before, the text of when it's changed from, when they go from the translation from Hebrew to English, that's where, in my opinion, a lot of spells has been casted because they manipulated the people into changing some of these words until some of these gods that they're referring to, and they only put the actual word God or Lord there, but they don't actually spell out these specific type of gods that are mentioned that are different, and while they're used in certain moments for a reason in the Bible, they keep, like I said, changing it to it's a well, God says this or Lord says this. Like, no, who are we speaking about? Which God are we talking about? That's what makes everything so confusing when you're reading the translated version of the English version. Um, I actually had a whole debate with somebody before when it came to the uh Trinity doctrine, and this one person was saying basically that God, Jesus, whether if you want to call him Yahweh God or Jehovah, however y'all pronounce um the Almighty, excuse me, not Almighty, the Most High. You got the Yahweh, you got Jesus, and then either they say Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost, depending on how y'all pronounce, however y'all use it. But those three things they say all is all in one. And there's multiple scriptures I always use to combat that. But one of the ones I was specifically looking up this morning was actually Isaiah 5 and 6. And when I read that over again, like I said, I often think about the different types of gods that are mentioned in the Bible. And here it was more of a reference towards Jesus, where they described him as a mighty God, not a almighty God, but a mighty God. And in the Hebrew version, is translated as El Gibar. But if I would go to earlier in the stages of I believe Exodus, I believe Exodus has it where it's speaking about El Shaddai, which is
Yeah.
Almighty God.
Mhm.
So there's clearly two different gods we're speaking of, right? So it's like,
Mhm.
how can y'all say that Jesus and God are the same when those two scriptures are talking about two separate gods completely?
Yes.
They can't be the same.
Yes.
And like I've gotten so many debates with people about that. It's not even funny. Like at this point, sometimes I can't stand talking to people who believe in the Trinity. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. I can't stand it sometimes because they get to this. They start to get angry and frustrated with the questions you may ask them or stuff that actually contradict what they're saying, and they get
How could
stuck. You know.
listen to this? Listen to this. This is a real number. How could y'all be upset about any fucking thing? Excuse my language, right? When Christian churches, and I need to say this for whoever's listening, whoever is on chat right now, I'm gonna emphasize on this. How the fuck could y'all get mad if most of the Christian churches is making well over $350 billion. What the fuck is you really mad about? Oh, because we're asking a question? Because at the end of the day, you cannot. There is no such thing as being 3 and 1. How could a person be 19 and 20? If I go up to you and I'm like, you're 30, and my brother's like, you're 19, one of us is lying. How could you base your salvation off that? And yet, y'all preaching and all of these things is making y'all almost $400 billion.
It's a shame.
So what you really mad about?
I
And
think they
everybody,
mad because a lot of that money is not being used properly. But it's like at the same time, are y'all shouldn't even be upset about that because y'all the ones are responsible for them even having that type of money.
I'm gonna tell you why they mad. I'm gonna tell you why they're mad. I'm gonna expose the living shit out of y'all. A religion, a Christian. If you were a Christian and you come from a religion, you cannot preach sacrifice when y'all motherfuckers are sitting on billions of dollars. I don't want to hear. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm not trying to hear that shit. You cannot preach sacrifice, and y'all motherfuckers are sitting on billions of dollars. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. And the same people that are sitting on these billions of dollars ain't doing shit for nobody else.
Nope.
If y'all want to talk about it, let's really talk about it. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
Oh
You talk
man,
about you
that's facts.
struggling. Yeah, you talk about you struggling and sacrifice. That motherfucker, you got billions of dollars in your bank account. Who you kidding? Well, you're not stupid. I'm woke, sister. And I know you're woken too. You're not trying to hear that.
Facts. And that's what I'm saying. It's like
That's why you're really mad.
because it's like if they truly cared about the people, they would be using that money to help out. You know, the same person, the same God that they speak of, Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he a man that, you know, gave back to the community? Why are they not
And,
doing
and,
that?
and you know what?
We should
This
not
is the
have
reason.
any issues with fucking poverty. We shouldn't have
Yes.
any issues of none of that. Like y'all have the money to help people. Like, what are we really doing with that shit? You
And
just
this,
sitting on it.
yes, and this is what gets me mad. And my last debate was about 3 hour debate. I was literally outside debating this. I asked a question, right? And you can help answer this. If God created both sexes equally, why is the voice of women silenced in so many holy spaces?
You can say that again.
And I'm gonna leave it at that.
You don't open up a door. Ooh. You
Look,
don't open up a door, bruh. Oh my god. Like
look, look, I'll be calm. I've been calm.
you know what's so crazy? Because okay, look, 'cause like I said, you're opening up a whole nother can of worms.
Okay.
So that right there just made me think about this particular situation that I've been through. Because I've always asked this, even with the religion that I was dealing with. Um, the only people that was allowed to do talks would like speak to the congregation, like actually on the podium, was males. Females couldn't do that at all.
I'm just saying.
And now here's my other take. Even if let's just talk about biblically, the Bible, the 66 books that's in there. How come we don't see more examples of prophetess? We only got like one in there.
Or hold on, or Or we gotta go there. Chat, we going there. Or if you're saying that everything in red was the word of God, I'm talking about the red lettering. How come there isn't so much red lettering? If this was the word, look. We're already there. We're already there. Because these are legit questions that we want to know. And if you're saying everything in red is coming from this higher power, higher being, how come we don't see enough of that in any goddamn book?
Hold on. I just had to drop that bomb real quick. Look, well, I tell you, you are opening up a whole nother can of worms right now. You know, that's like one of my biggest questions I've ever like I've wondered why we don't see stuff like that. Even like in
Yeah,
history, where there's so many. I honestly don't like the word queen, but there's so many women who are in power other than fucking Cleopatra that Cleopatra that they love to keep mentioning, but they don't talk about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? But there's other women, kings that were mentioned that like biblically they don't talk about. Why? They existed at that time too, right?
look,
Like why
60.
is that not a ooh,
Look, sister, 60%, 60 of 60% women make over 60% of global church attendance. Yet, y'all are not allowed to talk in a lot of these holy spaces. But y'all make up 60% of that. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
I'll even make this statement. I'll make this bold statement here. I believe that women are more majestic in their ways, and it's also in a sense of fear to a congregation or to a group or organization because
Hmm.
the power behind the woman, whether if it's her tongue, pulse, whether if it's her just her ways as far as her feminine look like any fucking talk her feminine ways, like women in general are very majestic creatures. Like you know how people like to say women's intuition is like everything or whatever. That is self, like somebody's intuition is like a gift to be able to see things before it actually happens. That's magic, for real, or a sense
Yes.
of magic. So
Hmm.
to me, when you have people like that in a realm of a church, it scares and it threatens the people in my eyes. I don't understand why we don't have more examples out there. Why all these leaders that are pushed out, or all these prophets that are pushed out in the biblical sense, are all males? Like, where are the prophetesses? Where are they?
Well, I think it's because society is trying to evolve beyond religion. And I think right now we're at a state, I think right now we're at a current state of being spiritually starving.
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree.
Yes. Because when you think about it, because we were talking about hell, heaven and hell yesterday. To
Yeah.
me to me personally, um, hell, I think in the government's mind, is just a base control system. It has nothing to do with faith. And there is yes, it's a fear control based system.
Mm.
Yes. No, listen, we're talking about it. We're going to expose everything. I'm woke, and we're here to talk about it. And if they don't like it, fuck them. Because we're not here for us to be like.
Correct.
We're gonna stand on this hill and die on this hill. I'm saying it for what it is. I'm saying it for what it is. Because if we're talking, then you gotta ask yourself, when it comes to religion, does religion bring peace, or is it just a different kind of war? Talking religion. What is it doing? What is religion doing? Are we creating peace, or are we gonna have another kind of war?
Honestly, I feel like eventually it is going to be another war.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because here's my reason, and this is why I feel like these European Jews like to keep shutting it down as quick as they can, like, and throw out the, oh, they hate us because they know they know the truth. They know the truth. And more and more of our brothers do realize the truth too. However, it's like a slow progression, very slow. And one of the scariest things that they are afraid of is a multitude of brothers realizing who they are. Myriads of them. That is a scary sight.
Hmm.
So, with that being said, they have to keep promoting themselves as if they are, the superior beings or whatever, so that we can continue to try to have a mindset of that slavery mindset. But like I said, mm-mm. Some of these people, although I don't agree with everything that Kanye has done, I don't. But there's a lot of things that their brother has said that has sparked people's ears, sparked people's interest to want to read, to want to
Yes.
look up stuff, which is a good thing. Kyrie is another one. Like I said, some people joke. I said this all the time. With people joke with Kodak Black when he said the word, I'm Kodak Black, but when you see me, I'm white. That was a different meaning. Everybody took that as a
Hmm.
joke. I knew exactly what he was saying. And to me, like I said, we're slowly waking up to how the government has been treating us, how some of the wording and stuff like that, and even in law that they've been using to try to put us down, and because we may be so ignorant to not understand what they're talking about, because that's a whole nother language.
Hmm.
So yeah, man, you bringing up that prophetess shit. I mean, the women, that shit really. But I tell you, like, that has been like a long fight, like, within the, like, community of, religion that I used to be involved with, because
there was a point where like I remember going into one of their Bethels, and there was one year, the first year I went there, it was like a huge wall of like recognizing people within that organization. I was looking, I was like, damn, I don't see no fucking females in this shit. It's crazy. What the hell going on with this big ass wall?
Mm-hmm.
Now, 2 years
Mm-hmm.
later after that, and I came back to that same Bethel, they added in and sisters. I was like, oh, somebody said something.
Yeah, I agree.
Somebody got on that ass.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, because I was like, yeah, that's crazy. Like y'all have to do y'all can't just sit here and not recognize the people who are basically keeping your organization up. Without the women, y'all wouldn't be shit.
60% of y'all make up for that. 60. That's not a small number. That is not a small number.
It's not because I think a lot
But
of
yeah,
women are thirsty for the truth in a good way,
when it comes to some of these holy places, you're not even allowed to speak.
and that
But
too.
how is it? How is it that you're not allowed to speak in these holy spaces when half of y'all make up the congregations in the churches? That's a lot. That's not a small number. It's
Yep.
not a small number.
They like I said, they keep a lot of things hidden to where it's like certain books you can't get unless you're at a certain level. You don't have access to this because you're not this in the congregation. Why? If I attend here and I dedicate myself to this type of church or this type of organization, why can't I have access to the same books that is a part of my own religion?
And the thing about that is, yeah, this right here. What I'm about to say. Yeah, this is it. Here's fact. I'm not talking a made up opinion. I'm talking fact. The Bible does not unify. It divides humanity. Period. You can believe what you want to believe in. This is a fact. No Bible has ever unified a church. It divides.
I can agree with that because
And if it
if
doesn't
that
divide,
wasn't
hold on,
true, yeah, go ahead.
I'll take it a step further. I'll take it a step further. And if it doesn't divide, well, then where the fuck is all the money going, Mister?
But not only that, if it doesn't unify, why do we have different sectors?
Yes.
Why do we have, the Baptist church over here? Why do we have a Catholic church over here? And shit, trying to think of another version. A Jehovah Witnesses over here, or God, it's one of them that I was thinking of. Start with a P.
Pentecostal.
Pentecostal. There you go. Why do we have all of
There we go.
those, denominations?
Ladies and gents, this is the truth of the matter. And that is why this will always be a topic of discussion.
It sure
It
will.
does not unify, it divides. And until y'all see it for yourselves, and until y'all start to indulge in the truth and continue seeking for it, this will always be an ongoing thing. That's the truth of the pudding, y'all. You can believe what you want to believe in. That's the truth of the matter.
Yep.
Yes.
Man, I wish Goddess was here.
That is the truth of the matter. And
Oh
yes,
man.
they can't look this up. They can't do their own research. We're not sitting up here lying about anything.
Nah, for
Everything that we
real.
tell you is factual. Okay.
That's
Everything we tell you is
facts.
fact. Yes.
But I wanted to say this too. Before I wrap this up, but
So I wanted to go back a little bit to the Talmud, and the only reason why I brought up Drake was because um I always felt like, yes, of course he grew up to where he relates more on his mother's side, right?
Mm,
Um, However, I've come to find out that community also sometimes, depending on the circumstance, they used to go by like with their surname to their mother's name.
mm,
And I always thought it was a huge contradiction because I'm like, how do you say that you believe in the Torah, but also say that you follow the Talmud? But when you look in the Torah, it's the surnames that are used, like the Levites based off of a male, the Hittites based off of a male, Cushites, all of those are fathers.
yes.
At what point was it okay for y'all to start switching over to the woman as the last name?
That's a very interesting question.
Because they started doing that a lot in the 1900s and also in the 1800s.
Yes.
So
And trying to find out a concrete answer, in your opinion, what have you come up with and doing your research?
as far as that subject goes,
Mm-hmm.
repeat that question one more time.
I was saying, in doing your research and us trying to find a concrete answer, what have you found out so far from doing your research?
I just want to make sure we speaking about everything in general or just that specific
Yeah,
topic.
that specific. Yeah, that specific topic. The
Okay,
last
that's
thing you mentioned. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
as far as like okay. In my standpoint, it makes me realize that a lot of these things that the European Jews have promoted or pushed out are people not enough people were bold enough to question it openly until a lot of recent situations, with the two instances that I mentioned, or be outspoken about it because they're afraid of the backlash. However, when it comes to my standpoint, yeah, I may not have the same platform as those brothers do. Um, but however, it makes me feel like just like in biblical times, even the prophets, they question God themselves. Why can't we question anybody else here or God? We should all have that type of freedom to do so without being judged or frowned upon or looked at. And whenever I look at, you know, this particular subject where we're speaking on last names, um
I do feel like yes, we should have our father's last name. I do feel like that. Even though even years before then we didn't even have last names at all. But
Yes.
as time changed, like I said, to adopt that, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Now I just don't agree with the contradiction when it comes to these leaders, who they try to act like they're like, a higher they're in a higher place, like superior versus we are, but ultimately it's not the case. um I often ask this question because they like to say that we're basically the people of the curse of Ham. um it's like, why treat us in that light if they claim that their forefathers are, Jacob, Abraham. Why treat us that way when the man Abraham himself, like the Hamites, like the last three letters of Abraham, literally has that in there. Like, we all part of the same like this, from the same cloth, if you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
So I just don't understand why treat us or look at us as if we are filthy beings, or like, in a sense, Gentiles or non-Jews, quote unquote.
Mm.
Because like they're all related, like the Israelites, the Cushites, Hamites, they're all related. What makes one group better than the other? Because when I look at the Moabite stone, it contradicts a lot of things that the Israelites say.
You know, those.
And that stone is still up, like the real words. Like, and to me, people always say, like, I always feel like this: God, if God did not want us to know the truth, why does that stone like exist? It was never destroyed. It stayed around for centuries for a reason. God wanted us to know that. He wanted us to see that.
So here's my take on that. Hmm. Yeah, it's gonna get messy. Did the Geneva Bible or the King James Version intentionally shift Hebrew concepts to fit church doctrines?
You cut out towards the end to fix what doctrine?
No, to fit church doctrines.
Oh, to fit church doctrine.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Um, I do believe, yes, the King James definitely,
Mm,
for sure.
mm,
Because most people know that, you know Shakespeare had a hand in the King James version, which is why we
yeah.
see the art thou and all the extra bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's true.
and even if you look at the history of that man, and fucking King James, all them niggas was gay. Just keep it a buck.
Yes, yes.
They were gay as hell. But um that's besides the point. Um these people use the Bible as a weapon to
Mm-hmm.
control narratives and people into whatever story
or whatever mission that they wanted to accomplish that benefited them.
Oh, to help answer it, I'm gonna read something. Like I said, I've done my research for many years. Let's talk about it. All right. We're gonna talk about the lost tribes of Israel.
Okay.
Let me get into that. I'm gonna read this. Some 19th and 20th century groups claimed that the lost tribes of Israel became early Europeans, particularly British or Nordic peoples, e.g., British Israelism. Got it? The idea was both spiritual and political, used to justify colonism and racial hierarchy, under chosen people narrative. It remains controversial today, intertwining religion, race, and prophecy.
Mm.
I wonder the fuck why. And what about that makes y'all better than us? This room got mighty quiet.
It
This
sure
room got
did.
mighty quiet.
Mm.
Okay. All right.
Man,
Okay.
every time you say something, you make me think about so much other shit. Because that actually made me think about a conversation I had with a Hebrew Israelite.
We can continue this. I'm
Man,
here for it.
literally I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and I haven't even got started on my Hood Jeopardy.
Wait, listen,
I gotta
chat.
get up at like 6 a.m. in the morning so I can do that joke.
When this sister brings you on this platform, she knows I'm not gonna hold no punches, and she knows we're gonna get to deep topics, and we're gonna go there. This is to be expected. At
Yep.
the end of the day, nothing that we're asking is wrong. Everything that we're asking is factual, and y'all can look this fucking information up. This information is not heading nowhere. We just happen to be three woke people, and if y'all don't know what woke is, I don't know what the fuck to tell y'all. We just happen to be three woke individuals, two including my sister and I, because my brother's not in this. He just happens to be next to me.
Okay.
But technically speaking, in this room, there's three woken minds, and all of us are really exposing things for what they are. Not what the fuck the government wants you to see, but we're telling you things because we have done our own research, and this is what we see day in and day out. Everything that we said is factual. Y'all can look it up. Y'all can look it up. And it's crazy because people are losing their lives for this kind of information because they're open about it. Because we're questioning certain methods and certain things. So when we bring this up, are we wrong for bringing it up? Shall we not question anything? Y'all question us when it comes to certain things. Y'all question us about our race when it comes to us applying for these jobs. Y'all question us about prior experiences. Y'all question us about a criminal background for those who have criminal backgrounds or petty cupcake cases. I don't see nothing wrong with us questioning any of the methods I've been using. Oh, but now we're asking so many questions.
Yep.
Oh, we gotta get rid of her. She knows too much. We gotta get rid of that nigga. He knows too much.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
Uh,
Man, I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. Okay. You know, I always love having these conversations with you, brother. Always.
Hold on, Mitchell. Let Cole have her moment. Go ahead, Cole. We're not gonna interrupt you.
But I have my moments about what?
No, you were saying that you love to have these conversations.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I definitely love to have these conversations. Like it's one of those things that I wish it never ends, but I got to because I'm tired. But
Yeah.
you said what?
I say, yeah, no.
Yeah, but like I said, I really do wish that more people can hear this, these type of convos that we have. But yeah, I need to spend some time with a special person at this moment.
Oh, sister, you go ahead. Once again, thank you for having me on this platform. I appreciate spending some gems, um, showcasing knowledge, wisdom, pain, suffering, love, and laughter. Um, with every goodbye, you learn. And I hope that after us saying goodbye to one another, we picked up a couple of more things that we hadn't already learned that we can go ahead and apply to the next day. That being said, y'all have a good night, sis. And if you need me, like I always say, you know where I'm at. I
Oh yeah.
appreciate you.
All right. No
Later,
doubt.
sis.